There we go. Thank you. I couldn't see my.
I couldn't either.
Yeah. You may be seated. Good morning. We have our witness.
Don't forget Mike. You got it? Okay.
Regent Salinas, my name is Roy Pettis. This is Raymond Brooks, and we represent Mr. Ortiz here to my right. You testified that you've been a peace officer 29 years.
That's correct, sir.
And when did you join the West County SO?
Back in '93.
You said you were there 4 years with them through basically 97.
Approximately, yes.
Is that when you went to DPS?
Yes, sir.
And then you went to this Joint Operations Center?
No, I joined DPS and then I went to CID, then the Rangers, then I was assigned to the Joint Center
Okay. So when did you become a Ranger?
in 2011.
You've been a Ranger now, years.
That's correct.
And what are your duties as a Ranger?
Our primary duties is major criminal investigations. We assist others, local, state, and federal agencies with their investigations, border security, public corruption investigations.
In your career, how many investigations have you done?
Might be in the thousands.
And how many interrogations have you done?
Might be in the hundreds
And searches?
as well, in the hundreds.
So when you entered into the interrogation room, do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
At some point you asked Mr. Ortiz if he was willing to give a statement.
That's correct.
And he said no.
I believe so.
And you still proceeded to go forward.
I still read him his rights, yes, sir.
And so, again, no means doesn't mean no to you.
It depends on the context you're using it.
Well, you asked him, do you want to talk? And he said no, basically.
Yes, he said no.
Now, as the interview progresses, he's not cooperating.
He's not being truthful, no.
In your opinion, he's not being truthful at the time. I mean, the only information you have is from Mary's opinion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as you're going forward, number one, when you first entered the interrogation room, it was 3:21.
I believe so,
So he had already been there like an hour, maybe close to an hour.
more or less.
And you met with Officer Calderon, Captain Calderon, to kind of figure out a strategy.
Correct. Talk about what we had so far.
So you, like Captain Calderon, had experience in interrogation techniques, correct?
Correct.
So with interrogations, how many interrogations have you conducted?
Must be in the hundreds.
And you'd agree that based on your training and experience, you have a technique.
The only technique that I've been taught, sir, is build rapport with the individual I'm talking to.
Well, when you go to, how many classes have you gone to regarding interrogations in your career?
Several.
Okay. But I imagine, and is it a 1 hour class? Is it a 1 week class at a time? What is it?
It depends.
Okay. So I'm sure they don't tell you the only technique to utilize is to build rapport. They don't teach you that.
That's the only technique I've been taught. That's the only technique I've been taught.
Sorry, I was kind of speaking myself.
That's the only technique I've been taught to build rapport.
Okay. And so you and Captain Calderon decided to try and figure out a rapport that you had with this piece, correct?
Correct.
Now, when he was in the room waiting for you all to go in, that was by design.
No.
And time is passing, and the prosecutor brought up several things, which is that it was Mr. Ortiz that brought up the picture. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That was Mr. Ortiz that brought up don't break down the door, don't ransack his kids' rooms and all that. Remember?
Yes.
Okay. Now, regardless of the fact that he's the one that brought it up, you don't have to say, yeah, we'll do that for you. That's by design. You could have said, no, we're not going to get you a picture. No, we're going to do whatever we have to get into that house. You could have done that too, right?
We could have, but we didn't.
But you didn't. And it's by design because, as you know by reading this, by listening to the tapes, it's part of a quid pro quo. Isn't that true?
No, sir.
Okay. So you're trying to say, we're doing this for you, but you're not doing this for us. You recall on different occasions you say things along those lines. You work on and on.
Vaguely, yes, sir.
And so we say, hey, we've done this for you, we've done that for you, but you're not cooperating basically, and you recall that.
Yes.
Okay. And that involved several things. Number one, a lot of time has passed because what time was Mr. Ortiz placed into the interrogation room?
I would have to look back at my notes.
If I told you around 2:30, a little bit later than that, would that be accurate?
More or less, yes, sir.
Okay. You all walked in at 3:21. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then it's until roughly 10:55, almost 11 o'clock in the morning, when you all have been outside and they've taken, I think, at this moment, it's when they've taken clothing and the like, and then you all would walk back in. And I'm just trying to refresh your memory of what I'm in the question in the interview. By this time, all those things have come up, the picture and not breaking the rules and stuff like that. You agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at some point, we know that the elected district attorney of Webb County is at the substation prior to 10:55 on September the 15th of 2018, right? And by that I mean Mr. Isidro Alanis. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you discuss with Mr. Alanis at the time prior to entering the interrogation room?
I don't remember talking to him at all.
Okay. So was he just strolling by and you happened to see him and then you went to Mr. Ortiz and say, hey, the DA is here?
I knew he was there. I don't know if I saw him or Captain Calderon informed me that he was there.
And was he there for another case or for this case?
He was there for this case.
Okay. And it's your testimony to this jury that the elected district attorney of Webb County is at a substation. You and Captain Calderon are the lead investigators. He is there for this case. You two are there for this case. And you're telling this jury that you just happen to not talk about the case. Is that what you're telling these 12 people?
No, I said that I saw him earlier.
Okay, and what did you discuss with him earlier?
No, I just saw him there.
And so that's why I'm asking you, that morning, on September the 15th of 2018, when the elected district attorney of Webb County, Mr. Isidro Alanis, is there, and he's there for that case, you mentioned that. You and Captain Calderon are there for this case, and you're telling me that the elected DA and the two lead investigators just never happened to talk about the case. They just strolled by each other. Is that what you're telling these 12 people?
Yes, sir. I just saw him there.
But regardless, you took that opportunity then to go in there, and after maybe 7 hours or more, that's when you walked in there and you tell. Do you have the transcript of it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm on page 15. This is it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm on this 6, page 13, line 17. Are you there?
13, 17, yes, sir.
Yeah, and that's where you say, look, partner, everything so far that you've talked about and everything that you've asked, we've accommodated you. And you're talking again about the quid pro quo. You are trying to give him things, the picture, whatever the case may be. Okay, now, half the district attorney's office here, he's right here. The DA himself, okay, answer, okay, sir. And then your question, and now is the time. If you want us to put in a good word in for you, you will need to. Do you see where you say that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and now this is you talking, not Calderon.
Yes, sir.
And so you agree with me that if it's a conditional word,
No, sir. I wanted him to tell us the truth.
in exchange for something, I agree with you. In exchange for something, right?
No, sir.
For a good word to the elected district attorney of Webb County, the man that would control Ortiz's fate. Do you understand that?
No, sir. We always confer with the district attorney's office, and they often ask us if they're being truthful with what they're saying.
Well, I mean, you said you didn't talk to Mr. Alanis, right?
No, I said we confer on a regular basis. I didn't say that I talked to him on this case.
Okay, but you see that I'm asking about the effect and overcoming an individual's free will. When you say we want to put in a good word with the DA, if it's you cooperate. You understand that?
If it's truthful, yes.
Now, you go on further, and you say again, and again, you're not talking about truthful. You're talking about cooperation. Now I'm moving to page 14 to line 5. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
And you say it's Captain Calderon. You could be. We cooperated with you. We talked to your wife like you've asked us to. So again, you are implying to him that you've given him things, and you're asking for things in return. Cooperation. You see that?
The only thing we're asking, sir, is for him to be truthful.
I'm just saying if you saw that, because it doesn't say, are you being
No,
truthful?
I saw.
He's being argumentative.
I'm asking him questions.
Rephrase that last one.
But you see where you didn't say anything about being truthful in there. You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry, not you. It's Calderon. Calderon is saying, we're giving you things, give us cooperation back. Do you see that, or you don't?
I don't see that, sir. I see that Captain Calderon
Why
is not
did that
providing.
be saw that?
Yes, sir, I saw that.
Now, if you go to line 17 on that same page, and this is Captain Calderon, and you question by Calderon, and she wanted answers, and we told her that she could hear from you later. We asked her to go back to San Antonio, and she went back to San Antonio. You're asking us for a picture of your family, and we can get you a picture of your family. We'll work on that. So again, you haven't done that. You're telling him we can do that, but it's if he cooperates. You see that the effect it's having on another individual when you're doing that.
Sir, I see it as building a rapport with the individual.
Well, on the other hand, you could have told him we're not going to talk to your wife. Nothing stopped you from doing that, right?
Nothing stops us from doing that.
So nothing in this interrogation room from the both of you, Calderon and yourself, Regis Salinas, is by accident. It's by design. You agree with me on that? It's good law enforcement tactics, right?
No, sir, I call it building a rapport.
Do you see on line 24, again, Calderon, same page, 14, and it's going to move on to page 15, but Calderon question, we asked for permission to do it. He's talking about the picture. We can work on getting you the picture, and normally they don't allow stuff in the jail, but I can work on trying to get permission for that. You see again where there's a quid, there's a promise, but the implication is the quid pro quo to get something back. You see what I'm saying? You don't see that.
Again, sir, that's building rapport with the individual.
And then on line 8, it's you speaking, Ranger Salinas, on page 15. And you didn't want us to break down your door, and we're not going to break down your door. We're not going to ransack your house. Everything is in the future. You things that you're going to promise him to do if he cooperates, because right now he doesn't have the picture, right?
I don't recall what time he was given the picture.
Well, I mean, we know right now it's 10:56 in the morning, right?
Correct.
Okay, you haven't searched his house.
No.
So technically, in his mind, you could still go break down the door and ransack his kids' rooms. You see that?
Since you have a speculation, he doesn't know what the defendant was thinking.
But the point is, this event hasn't happened. You're still telling him you can do things for him in the future. You see that?
Sir, I see it as building rapport, building trust with the individual,
Okay. Promising him,
building trust,
building trust by promising him.
building a rapport, sir.
I understand that. I understand building rapport. Do you see that you're telling him you're going to do things for him? Do you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor, that's been asked and answered.
Well, it's cross-examination. I'm going down the line.
No, I don't know.
I didn't hear you. Your Honor.
I don't know that.
Okay.
You have asked a few times.
You see, that's a continuum. You continue to promise things. You see that?
All I see, sir, is trying to continue building rapport with the individual.
Now, if you go down to line 14 on page 15, and again, I'll wait until you get there. Page 15, line 14. You see where it starts? Help yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now it's Calderon speaking. Help yourself. Help us. And with what happened, and we'll get you that picture. Now, you see there that is the quid pro quo. Give us something, and we'll give you something. You see that, right?
Again, sir, I still think it's building rapport.
Look, you can answer that, you can keep on just saying that, but my question is to you, this is simple English.
Objection, Your Honor, he's being argumentative.
Well, Your Honor, I deserve an
Well, there's no sidebar, just ask the question. The simple English is sidebar.
Do you see there, in a simple English, where you all are promising to do something if he does something? Do you see that or you don't?
I can't see how he
Objection,
would
Your Honor,
interpret.
that's his mischaracterization of what he's been discussing.
Well, I'll let him answer. He would answer. He may answer.
I can't say how he would interpret that.
Now, if you go down to page 16, 123. That's where Ortiz brings up the part about his wife keeping the retirement money, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go to page 17, we're going to see who's speaking here. I think it's still Captain Calderon. Captain Calderon ceases on that. And he says on line 4 of page 17, you know what? I don't know, but I can find out. You know that. That's stuff that we can work on. Again, something in the future, right? That's what I was trying to get out earlier. If she needs help after this, you see how Calderon is again promising to do something for him in exchange for cooperation.
Again, sir, I still think this is building a
You don't
rapport with
see
the
it, you
guy.
don't see it. You can say, no, I don't see it.
I don't see it, sir.
Okay. Now, if we go to line 9, again, it's Calderon, and there's a way that you could help us cooperate. You see that, like, that's a direct request to cooperate, and then you'll help his wife. Do you see that Calderon is saying that, Ranger Salinas?
Objection, Your Honor, that's a compound question. I'm not sure what it is that he's asking.
Rephrase, sir.
Do you see where Captain Calderon is telling him he'll do something for him if he cooperates? Here it's literal. Do you see that, Ranger Salinas?
I see he mentioned the word cooperate.
And again, just to make the point, and it goes on and on. I mean, we already spoke to Captain Calderon, but do you see that you talk about the retirement, talk about the picture, you talk about ransacking the house, and everything is if you cooperate, it's conditional. You see that?
I still see it as building rapport with an individual.
Okay. And in different places, you say, help us out, cooperate, right?
Correct.
Now, if we go back now to earlier in the day, you received a call from Trooper Hernandez about a rate of payment, correct?
Correct.
And then you and Captain Calderon at some point are at the substation with Ms. Peña, and that's when the bolo goes out based on the things that she mentioned to you for the White Dodge and for the store piece. Is that accurate?
The bolo went out after we confirmed the residence.
Okay. And then at about 1:30, I think, maybe 1:15, you get the call from either, I think, Trooper Bradshaw, that they've located the truck. describes that they're at Jefferson and San Bernardino. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you arrive, according to your report, approximately 1:30 in the morning. You recall that?
Yes.
Now, according to your report, and if you need to refresh your memory, I'll show you the report. At approximately 1:34 a.m., 4 minutes later, say I utilized a Sign Nikon D7100 digital camera, obtained several photographs. You recall that?
Yes.
So, when you arrived, the truck, we're talking about with the white Dodge, that vehicle was already seized by law enforcement.
No, sir.
It wasn't seized.
No, sir.
So, could I have gotten you or anybody driven away with it, or it was seized?
No, sir. There was a trooper standing guard in it, with it, or near it.
Okay. So, I mean, nobody could have just driven away with it. What I'm telling you.
No.
No. Okay, so and you're a law enforcement officer. For Fourth Amendment purposes, that vehicle was seized. It was a seizure made.
He's asking for a legal conclusion.
If he's a law enforcement officer, he knows about the Fourth Amendment.
It's that.
For your purposes, you know what a seizure is. Right?
Yes, sir.
That dog was seized. You had a trooper there. It was seized.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, that's a legal conclusion.
Okay.
Now, well, at 1:34, you felt comfortable enough to go and open the doors and start taking pictures, right?
Correct. After I had shined the light inside.
Okay. And just to make sure, when you say you shine the light inside, you use your flashlight to look inside, and there's something called plain view, right? You're familiar with plain view.
Yes, sir.
And plain view basically is that anything that you or anyone could see from any vantage point is proper, right? It's in plain view. If you look into my car and you see a coffee cup and my sunglasses, well, it's in plain view. You could look at it as a law enforcement officer or any citizen to come by my window and look at it. It's in plain view, and that's proper, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you went further, and then you manipulated the truck by opening the doors and conducting a search.
Objection, Your Honor. It's a compound question and he's injecting stuff.
Did you open the door to the truck?
I did, but I had probable cause.
1:34. Now you're saying you had probable cause. The moment you were opening the door, was that truck seized by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. So the minute the 1 second before you open that door, that truck was seized by law enforcement. Yes.
Correct.
Now, you're going to manipulate, you're going to move stuff.
Objection, Your Honor.
Make your objection. Okay. You manipulated the truck to be able to see things that were not in plain view. Is that correct, sir?
Objection, Your Honor. Those are facts that are not in it. You need to ask him if he manipulated.
Just asked him if he opened the door. He said yes.
I don't know. So,
Okay. At some point, after you seized the truck, did you open the door to the truck?
Yes, sir.
And we have the photos where you open the driver's side door. Yes.
Yes, sir.
And now is where the gun is in the door well, if you will, of that white Dodge Ram on the driver's side. And we have the photo.
I didn't see the gun at that time.
You testified earlier that when you saw the holster, which we know is between the driver's side seat and the center console, you testified you immediately notified the SWAT team, right?
Correct. The people that were about to search.
And because you are concerned about officer safety.
Correct.
Okay. Now, There's nothing inherently illegal about someone having a holster for a firearm in a vehicle.
Not in those, in normal circumstances, no.
No, it's in the plain view. You look at any person's vehicle in plain view, and you look inside, and someone has a holster for a gun. There's nothing illegal, right?
There's nothing illegal, but not at those circumstances that I was looking at and the circumstances surrounding the event.
Now, you're so concerned about that holster that you immediately notify the SWAT group, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you are opening the doors for this truck. And, okay, you have been an officer, you said, 29 years. Is that accurate?
Correct.
You are not only a DPS trooper, you are within the DPS, the elite of the elite, the best of the best at Texas Rangers, are you not?
That's an opinionated question, sir.
Now, officer safety is paramount to you, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And so you open that door because you want to know if the gun for that holster was in that truck. Isn't that true?
No, sir.
All your experience that you have, officer safety is paramount. And you're telling these 12 people that the reason that you opened that door is not because you wanted to know if the gun was in the truck.
No, I saw the holster and I radioed in to the guys that the guy might be armed.
And that gun is plain as day once you open that door. Do you know that?
I didn't see it that night, sir.
And you're saying you didn't see it because we know that DPS Trooper Santuro turned in that inventory form and he said no inventory was conducted. You're aware of that now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so if a Santuro said back then at 2:17 in the morning on September the 15th of 2018, that's when he signed that form or the document that it says no inventory conducted. You're aware of that form?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now you're stuck because once it says no inventory was conducted, the only remaining thing is a search was conducted. Isn't that true?
The search was conducted.
Is it true or not true?
The search was conducted.
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for legal conclusion.
Jesus, Judge, what legal conclusion?
The question about whether there was a search? What is the objection?
The objection is that he did not know what Santoro had that night. He's asking if he knows now.
Was it a search? That's the last question that he
That was the question, Your Honor.
And it's a compound question.
Did you hear my question?
Rephrase it at this point.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. If it wasn't an inventory search, an inventory, then it's a search.
The vehicle wasn't
That's true.
searched. The vehicle wasn't searched at the stripes.
You understand that once you start moving stuff, that's a search.
Objection, Your Honor, he's mischaracterizing the evidence. He has not said that he moved anything inside the vehicle.
Your Honor, the officer can say no. He can either say yes or
I don't
no.
know.
This is cross-examination. Okay. If it's not an inventory, and we've already talked to these 12 people and all of us, an inventory is to document things that are in the truck, right?
Correct.
If you wanted to do that. But then we know now that no inventory was conducted, right?
No inventory was conducted at that time.
But yet, you manipulated that vehicle in order to look into it.
Objection, Your Honor, again, he has not asked him if he manipulated anything in that vehicle. And his answer was no. He asked if you move anything.
Just rephrase the question.
Did you open the door of the truck to look into areas that were not in plain view?
The areas I was looking at were in plain view.
Not where the gun is.
Objection, Your Honor, he's arguing with the witness.
So
not where the gun is,
I didn't see the gun.
but you opened the door and now things that were not in plain view are viewable by law enforcement.
I didn't see the gun, sir.
What was the picture of the truck from your? That you're putting everything in envelopes. I'm trying to figure out the photos of the truck that describes.
Were they marked as defense exhibits?
I'm sorry.
Were they marked as defense exhibits?
Yes. They were.
Okay, then the envelope that says defense exhibits is in there, and there it's in there. The envelope says defense exhibits.
May I approach you with this, Your Honor? I'm going to show you defendant's exhibit number 7. Can you just, that's been admitted into evidence, so you can testify. Do you see where the door to the white Dodge on September the 15th of 2018 at the Stripes in Laredo at Jefferson and San Bernardo has the door open to it?
Yes, sir.
You opened the door.
Yes.
You took a photograph of that gun.
I didn't see that gun at the time.
Do you see it now?
I can see it now when you point at it, but I didn't see it at the time.
Okay. And you knew there was a holster. By the time you opened this door, you knew there was a holster in the truck.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're testifying to this jury that you weren't opening the doors because, in fact, you were looking for a gun.
No, sir.
Okay. And you've been a cop 29 years.
Yes, sir.
And we know that Trooper Santuro said there was no inventory done
Correct.
out at the Stripes.
No inventory.
And we also know that there wasn't any need to be concerned about the truck because you instructed Santuro, number one, to secure the truck at 1:15 a.m. You instructed him to secure the truck.
Correct.
Okay. So we know it's secure. We know it's seized. And we also know that once it was going to be told to your reports, you instructed Santuro to follow the record all the way to the substation, right?
Correct.
Okay. So we know that nothing was going to happen to that truck. No one was going to get into it and search it or take stuff out because it was being followed by law enforcement all the way to its destination.
Correct.
Right? So any items that were in there were secured to begin with. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Now, once it gets to the substation, we know that Ortiz was arrested around 2:30 a.m. We've established that. Now, around 3:54 in the morning, you instruct Ugarte Hernenque to go ahead and start searching for the truck. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now out at the scene at the Stripes, because the truck was already seized, other than inconveniencing the light, nothing would prevent you from getting a search warrant.
I didn't need a search warrant.
Okay. But if you had wanted to, nothing would have prevented you from doing it.
Probably the time at night.
The time, but I mean, legally, it's what I'm asking you. Legally, you could have gone, done an affidavit, and gotten a search warrant and searched it out there at the Stripes, right?
Not at the Stripes.
Okay. Let's go back now to the substation at 7209 Saunders, near Laredo, 3:54 a.m. We know the truck got seized and transported. It had to be after 1:34 because it says, I instructed Sergeant Santuro to escort the record and the Dodge to WCSO West County Sheriff's Office substation located at 7209 East Saunders. So we know that it eventually got to the substation, right?
Correct.
Now, once it's at the substation, you'd agree with me that that's a secure area.
You could say that.
Well, it's not a bank vault, but it's in an enclosed area where law enforcement personnel are allowed to go in only. You
Correct.
agree with that? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. We know the truck's not going anywhere, correct?
Correct.
And at that moment in time, nothing prevented you from going to go get a search warrant for that truck, legally.
Legally, but I still had probable cause, and I had abandonment of the vehicle.
That's not what I'm asking. My question is, legally, if you have gone to a magistrate, presented your affidavit, got no warrant, and they come and search you,
I could have.
but you did.
No, sir.
Now, at 354, you instruct Ugarte to start searching the truck.
I don't remember what time I told him.
Okay. I'm going to show defendant's number 8, and this has been admitted into evidence. And this is, can you tell me what that is?
This is a general evidence log, collection log.
Okay, can you look at number 1? If you can read it. You want to put on your glasses?
It's 3:54 a.m.
Okay, and what is the item that is logged in?
1 HK 40 caliber handgun with 1 magazine, 9 live rounds.
Okay. And can you read out what item number 2 is in the time? With the numeral 2. Yeah, no.
4 a.m. cash bag with makeup and syringe.
Okay. So now, I'll ask you again. So by 3:54, you instruct Ugarte, Deputy Ugarte, to begin searching the truck. The white dog, right?
Correct.
And at some point, well, we know before 10:55 in the morning, at some point as Ugarte is searching the vehicle and gathering items, you are either looking at them or gaining possession of some of the things, right?
I never gained possession of any of the items that was collected.
Okay, do you recall Calderon taking possession of some of the items?
Yes.
And the items he got were the bag with the syringes and the like.
Correct.
And at some point, you all also looked, I guess, by ejecting the magazine, the HK, to see how many rounds were in, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you remember going in and at some point talking to Mr. Ortiz and asking him, why are there rounds missing from your magazine?
I don't recall that either.
Now, with regards to the back, because you remember that,
Yes, sir.
right? Now, you need the items in the truck to be able to confront Mr. Ortiz with, let's say, incriminating evidence. Is that accurate?
That's pretty accurate.
And for example, when you told him, we know this bag is not your wife's because it has syringes in it, remember?
Yes, sir.
So you're utilizing the items from the truck because they're necessary to assist you in the interrogation. You agree with that?
I wanted him to have as much information as possible to make his own conclusion.
Sure. And If I were to just tell you just generally, because it's in the transcript somewhere and you all look at the video, that at some point, either you or Calderon, I know you don't remember right now, but if I were to tell you that they say, hey, why are you missing rounds from your magazine? And he even replies, because I shoot up in the air sometimes. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, so we know that that did happen. You all, based on the search of the truck, beginning at 3:54 a.m., were utilizing the items obtained from the truck to assist you in the interrogation of Mr. Ortiz. Correct?
Again, we were providing as much information to him so he can make a good judgment as far as what he was going to tell us.
Okay. And the truth of the matter is, you didn't obtain a search warrant for that truck that day, at that time, because it was more important to you to use those items to incriminate Mr. Ortiz. Isn't that true?
That's not true.
But with regards to the entire events that night regarding the search of the white Dodge on September the 15th of 2018, isn't it true that the reality is that you searched it out at the Stripes and then you searched it over here at the substation without a warrant because you needed that information to incriminate Mr. Ortiz?
That's not true, sir.
That's what it's true.
Manager 711, I'm going to direct your attention to page 116. Gotcha.
It should be in there.
Oh, he has it.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, he has it.
Okay. And at the beginning, do you remember who brought up District Attorney first? Was it you who brought up Mr. Aleni's being at the station? Or was the first time Mr. Aleni's name was brought up, was it by Ortiz, Mr. Ortiz?
I think it was Mr. Ortiz.
I'm gonna direct your attention to PD3, page 50. Line 25. The very bottom. And this is Ms. Ortiz speaking. On page 50. And he says, did you guys already wake up the Chilo? It continues on page 51. This attorney already, and tell him that you have one of the two stranglings. And you answered, but this is Agent Salinas, well, nobody told you it was this way. And look how I am. This is him answering. I mean, you answer, well, you know that you're there for a reason. And his answer is, so you guys haven't even told the media, guys? I don't know. I don't believe that. And your answer is, we haven't, but someone else did. You know how BP works. What happens the first time that you get a load or something happens, everybody is there taking pictures, sending emails. We just have something like that. I'll be the first one the gossip, but that's not us. And he says, and it keeps going, and he's discussing how BP knew, and he actually goes into discussing the text messages or the media messages that were being sent back and forth while he was in the back of the truck when he got apprehended. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So who is the person who first brought up Mr. Alanis?
Mr. Ortiz.
Now, you were questioned, and you defense counsel said that you were not seeking, that you never said that you were seeking the truth. Do you recall that he just asked you that?
Yes.
I'm going to refer you to, it's on disc 3, page 19. And this is by Captain Calderon. It starts on page 18. And he's discussing, she has kids. She had an alternative a way to support them, but it was still a way to support them. She was supporting the family. He's referring to Melissa. Is that okay? The answer, no. Look at Melissa. He's reviewing the photograph. Look at Erica. Reviewing the photograph. Shit, I don't know. I don't know what you guys want me to tell you. The answer is, I want you to tell us the truth. And he says, I'm telling the truth. Question, I'm asking you for the truth. And his answer is, I'm telling you the truth. So you did tell him that you wanted the truth.
Yes.
Did you not? Now, on disc 6, which is later on in the interview, page 18, and this is by you, Agent Salinas. And you say, okay, the question was, okay, if you help out, Ortiz, and this is you speaking, if you don't want to waste money on legal fees, because he was discussing that, why are we going through all of this? Just tell us the truth. You know. Did you already know the truth was the answer by Ms. Ortiz? And then Captain Calderon says, well, you know that, JD. And the answer was, you already know that either it's on me and you've got blood on my boots. And the question, JD, look at me, please. Did you also discuss the word truth?
Yes.
At any time in that interview, did you use the word promise?
No.
Words like, we will accommodate you were used?
No.
Would you, do you recall Captain Calderon saying, I'll ask permission to see if we can take that picture?
Yes.
And is that different from, I'll give you a promise.
Yes.
That a guarantee?
And object to leading questions, Your Honor.
Was there, as he put it, a quid pro quo?
No.
Was there anything guaranteed?
No.
But again, I'm gonna object to leading questions.
Now, during your interview, and we discussed this when we had you on direct yesterday, you said you already knew he was a law enforcement officer.
Once he was at the substation, yes.
And do you recall him discussing times that he had his own investigations and that he would conduct interrogations and searches
Yes.
and arrests?
Yes.
So you knew he was familiar. Did you know he was familiar with these concepts and the practices of arrest, search, and seizure
Yes.
and interrogations?
Yes.
Did he ever ask for an attorney?
No.
Did he ever stop talking?
No.
Did he authorize consent to go into his home?
Yes.
Did he authorize and give you consent for DNA?
Your Honor, if I may. Open the question, please.
Yes.
Did he provide his PIN number or password for his phone?
Yes.
And what was that for?
To get his picture.
Did you take a GSR on him?
I did.
Now I'm going to refer your attention to the stripes that you were questioned on whether it was a search or not. At this point, hold on just a moment. At this point, what did you know after you had spoken to Erica? What was the complaint that she had made? What criminal offense had she complained about?
Compound question.
What criminal charge had she complained about?
Aggravated assault and unlawful restraint.
And what information did you gain from her that you already knew would be connected to her statement?
The white Dodge truck.
Okay.
Mr. Ortiz, the tallies, and the pink small little flowered purse.
Okay. And what did she complain he assaulted her with?
With a handgun.
So those are the things that you knew would be connected to the aggravated assault that Erica Peña was complaining about. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to publish State Exhibit 23. It's already in evidence.
Okay.
Will you explain what's going on in here? Who is that?
That's me and Sergeant Santuro.
Had you opened the door to this vehicle yet?
No.
What is it that you're doing right now?
I think I'm on the phone.
And who's that other individual?
Sergeant Santuro.
What are you doing now?
Went to the driver's side door.
What in your hand?
A flashlight.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking what's inside
What do you see?
the holster. It didn't come out, but I go on the driver's side or the passenger side, and I see the tall boys and the pink purse, and another brown purse in the front.
Did you get on the phone when you saw the holster?
Yes,
And what did you advise?
that I had an empty holster, that the subject might be armed.
Have you opened the doors here yet?
No,
Now, at this time, you saw, what were the items that you saw in plain view?
a brown purse in the front, a pink purse in the back with some tall tall boys, and the empty holster in the driver's side.
Did that match what Erica Pena had complained about?
Yes,
And when you testified during direct before, did you move any items in this vehicle?
no,
Did you remove any items?
no,
Did you manipulate it?
no,
Did you believe that you could search the vehicle at this time?
Objection, Your Honor. Opinion, and as they objected, legal.
What would be the ideal location to conduct a search?
at a more secure place.
Now, when you were prompted, what prompted you to take photos of the vehicle?
Just so I can document the contents in the pristine manner that they were.
And when you took the pictures, you did not. And when you took these pictures, again, it was just what you could see in plain view.
Correct.
But do you recall looking at the pictures and yesterday, and it was a picture that you had taken, and in fact, on the door, the gun was there.
Correct.
So even though the camera picked it up, your eyes did not pick up that camera. I
Correct.
mean, yeah.
Correct.
So what was the purpose of taking these photos at this time?
Just to preserve the way the contents were in the vehicle.
There were preservation of photos.
Correct.
When you attempted to open the door, was it locked or was it unlocked?
It was unlocked.
Did you know who the owner was of this vehicle?
Yes.
And was he present?
No.
And did you know from the investigation what had happened when the troopers confronted him at the strikes?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to hearsay, and I'm also gonna object to leading.
Yes.
What was that?
That he had fled.
Now, after Ortiz was apprehended, at the parking garage at the AVA, do you know they found a gun on him?
No, they didn't find a gun on him.
And so, did that prompt you to do anything, inform the investigator to do anything, or the troopers?
Yes.
What did you do?
I told them if somebody can go down to the stripes and check the bathrooms or inside the store or around the area.
Again, because you did not see the gun in the vehicle.
Correct.
There was a dumpster by that truck. Did you have them look at the dumpster?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
That's what it is.
Yes, sir. Well, at this time, you didn't know how many guns were involved.
Correct.
And PA just asked you yesterday when you saw the photo, did you see the gun? Did you ask you that?
Yes.
So, am I hearing right that yesterday's the first time you see that photo and you see that gun there?
No, it was when I was reviewing the videos getting ready for trial.
But she said yesterday.
I saw it yesterday again.
So you're testifying to these 12 people.
Objection,
Yeah.
Your Honor, I was referring to yesterday's testimony.
Well, go ahead and ask your question.
Well, when did you see? She referred to a photo or a video. That's the first time you see the gun in the well of the door,
Yes.
and you're the lead investigator.
I'm the lead investigator for DPS, and Captain Calderon is the lead for the Wood County Sheriff's Office.
You've been an officer for 29 years.
That's correct.
Your testimony to this jury is 4 years approximately after this incident. This is the first time that you see that gun in that door well.
That's correct, sir.
And you're going to stick to that.
Yes, sir.
Earlier, she asked you if you manipulate the truck. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
What does manipulate mean to you?
To move around.
Move anything, right?
Yes, sir.
If you move the door when you opened it,
Yes, sir.
so you manipulated the truck. Yes.
I opened the door.
And you took a photo of the contents of the door well.
Correct.
And with all due respect, I know you wear glasses, but how far were you from that gun? Now that you know there was a gun there, what? Feet?
More or less.
And she said, she asked you, and you took pictures only of things that were in plain view. Do you remember that? And you said yes.
Yes, sir.
That's not true. That's not true, right?
They were in plain view when I saw him with a flashlight.
Where the gun is, for you now, 4 years later, to know where the gun is, without moving anything, was that gun in plain view?
No.
So when she asked you, did you take pictures only of things in plain view, and you said yes, that is not true.
Yes, that's true.
Officer, you just testified that that gun was not in plain view.
I didn't see it.
I'm not asking you, you saw it. I'm asking you if that photo shows things that were not in plain view.
Correct.
So the answer is yes. You took photos of things that were not in plain view.
Correct. When I opened the door, I didn't see the gun in there.
Thank you. No further questions. Madero?
Yes, sir. May I publish a defense exhibit 7? Now, I'm just letting us, when defense counsel asked you regarding the first time you saw, or let me ask you this first, just a moment. I want you to look at State's Exhibit 7. Defense Exhibit 7. You opened the doors, you took this photograph.
Correct.
You also took a photograph of the front of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And the back.
Correct.
Did you have time to look at the details in the photograph that you had just
I'm
taken?
gonna object to leading.
No.
And yesterday, during your direct examination, did you take these photographs?
Yes.
Before yesterday, had you noticed this object here?
No.
What is this object? What does it appear to be? And let me see if I can zoom in. On closer inspection of this picture that you took, what does this appear to be?
A black pistol.
What part of that pistol?
The butt.
But when you took the photograph, you just snapped the camera. Were you looking at all the little details in it?
No.
And because you didn't see the gun, it prompted you to do what?
Just close it back up.
Okay? But you saw an empty holster?
And it probably let the guys know on the ground that there might be a weapon involved.
And then when they didn't have the gun, after they apprehended Ortiz,
I instructed them to go search around the area.
so it's your testimony today, when you were at the stripes, the purpose of these photos was for what?
Preserve the stuff that I had seen.
And also of things that you had not seen, isn't that true?
Correct.
It was to preserve the condition as you found it there.
Objection to leading, Your Honor.
Correct.
When you say preservation photos, what does that mean?
To preserve what's there.
Pass the bench, sir.
Any further questions?
Well, that DPS form that you saw, you know which one I'm talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
It's an inventory form. It doesn't say preservation.
Correct.
Because generally, with regards to what you're talking about, it's inventory or search. There's no preservation. Inventory or search. You agree with that?
No, because
If you agree. No further questions. Thank you.
No further questions.
You get them down, your excuse.
if you,
Your Honor, the state's going to call John Daniels.
Your Honor,
Quick question.
may I raise something?
The 116, was it there? I don't get a copy of it. Did he have the copy or the exhibit? 116, just make sure that the 116 is still there. I don't know who had it, you had it or the.
I have
Well,
one.
I want to make sure we keep it with the other. And you were asking, who, you have another witness?
No, maybe you're sending a
Yeah,
face.
she reviewed one. Okay. You're a next witness?
Yes.
Can you raise your right hand so I can convince you? You solemnly swear that testimony you want to give during this trial, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thanks. You may take the stand.
Pause.
Yeah.
Your battery is going off. Not your battery. I'm just gonna change it. Okay.
For the court reporter, the Danny and conducting.
Have you got them? Have you got them? Thank you.
For the record, Daniel Ngunga for the state. Good morning, Mr. Daniel.
Good morning.
For the record, could you please state your full name?
My name is Sean Daniel.
How are you currently employed?
I work for the New Mexico Department of Public Safety,
Prior to that, where were you employed?
the Texas Department of Public Safety.
What were your duties with the Texas Department of Public Safety?
I was a forensic scientist in the firearm and tool mark section.
And how long were you employed at the Texas Department of Public Safety as a firearm, tool marks, and analyst?
I think around 6 years.
What were your duties there with regards to the day-to-day work?
So my job as a forensic scientist was to analyze evidence related to crimes.
What is your educational background?
What qualifies me for this position is my biology degree.
And do you have any other education that you received undergraduate?
I do. Yeah, I have a finance degree also.
What about any specific training you've received in the area of firearm tool mark examination?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yes. Have you received any specific training with regards to firearms and tool mark examinations?
Yes, I have. When I was hired for this position, I went through a training program that was about 1.5 years long. We went through different, modules with the history of the field, different manufacturing techniques, a lot of firearm safety and function, a lot of microscope work. And then after that training, I go into supervised casework, where I'm working actual cases under the supervision of a trained examiner. And then after I complete that, then I do independent casework. Since then, I've done continuing education, and this has been my job, 40 hours a week since then.
And at the time you were working at the Texas DPS, it was a crime lab, correct?
Yes.
The crime lab, were you licensed as a forensic analyst?
Yes, I was.
By who?
The Texas Forensic Science Commission.
And just for the jury's sake, how many times have you yourself conducted firearm full mark examination?
Many times.
More than 20?
Yeah, oh yeah.
More than 50?
Yes. I've worked hundreds of cases.
In hundreds.
Yes.
Okay. At the time you were employed at the Texas DPS crime lab, was the lab you were working at accredited?
Yes.
Was that accreditation recognized by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes.
Was that accreditation recognized and accepted nationally or internationally?
Yes.
So shifting gears here, I want to ask you a simple question. Is it possible in your field and in your science and expertise to determine whether a particular bullet was fired from a particular gun?
Yes.
Okay.
Could you please explain to the jury how it is that you come to such a conclusion? What's the day-to-day, typical examination of a firearm and projectiles and casings?
Like a typical case that I work? Is that what you're asking? So when I receive the evidence, I'm looking at the paperwork, seeing what's being asked of me. What is the evidence and what's being asked of me. I'm going to take the evidence. I'm labeling everything. I'm documenting everything as I'm going. I take the packaging. I open it up. I see what the items are. Again, labeling them and documenting as I'm going. I'm going to look at the fired ammunition components. What kind of bullets are they? Looking at the cartridge cases. Measuring and documenting different characteristics about them. If there's with the firearm, I'm going to do safety and function tests with them to see if it's safe and something that I want to fire. So if I deem that it is something safe that I want to fire, I go into the range and I shoot into a water tank. I take ammunition that is at the laboratory that we bought at the store. It's ammunition that is very similar to the ammunition collected at a crime scene or by a medical examiner. So then I'm going to test fire the firearm into the water tank. I'm going to create known samples. So those samples I know were fired by the firearm because I fired them. I'm going to take that known sample set. I'm going to compare it to itself. I've already compared the unknown sample set to itself. And then I'm going to compare the two samples together. So I'm comparing the unknown samples from the crime scene to the known samples that I test fired from the gun. And I'm doing pattern recognition analysis under a comparison microscope. Then I'll form my conclusion. I'll write my report. I'll close that case up, package up the evidence, and then start the next case.
So you said that you'll examine and test a known sample to an unknown sample. And go ahead.
That's correct.
And so you're testing what comes out of the gun, correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any demonstrative on you that you can show the jury to kind of show what it is and the components that you're looking at and testing and examining?
I do.
Would it assist the jury in understanding what you're talking about when you're saying I'm taking measurements and looking at the size and all that?
I believe it does.
Your Honor, this time we'd ask that he be allowed to use his demonstrative to educate the jury as to what it is he looks at.
It's a plastic model of ammunition.
So, go ahead and explain to the jury what it is you look at. And if you can hold it up so they can all see.
Yep. So this is, just to help with some terminology, this is one round of ammunition. It's called a cartridge. This part right here is the projectile. This is what travels down the barrel, and this is, what you're shooting. This is the projectile or the bullet. So the whole thing is not called the bullet. Usually in TV shows and movies and stuff, they call the whole thing a bullet. But this part is the bullet. The whole thing, a live round, is called a cartridge. This would be the primer area that the firing pin strikes. And then this is called the cartridge case. So again, the whole thing is a cartridge. This is the bullet. This is a cartridge case.
So when you're looking at those and examining them with the known sample and the unknown sample, what is it on that you're looking for?
Well, with the bullet, whenever the bullet travels through the barrel, it's engaging the rifling and the bore of the barrel, and it's going to leave, scratches on the bullet. So that's what we're comparing, these marks right here. On the cartridge case, there's a whole lot of information on these. There can be chamber marks on the side body here. Of course, the firing pin impression, and also this part right here actually slams against the breech face during the firing process. So you get kind of like an imprint. And so on this part, we call these breech face marks or breech face impressions. And there's some other marks, but those are the big ones.
So with these characteristics, how are you comparing them? I mean, could you explain to the jury what an individual characteristic is versus a class characteristic?
So whenever I'm doing my microscopic comparison, the first thing that I'm looking at is called class characteristics. These are design features that are determined before a tool or firearm is ever made. So an example of that would be the diameter of the bullet, the caliber of the cartridge, the shape of the firing pin. So these are general features. To give you an example of why they're important in a comparison, if a crime scene had cartridge cases with round firing pins, and you give me a gun that creates square firing pin impressions, and I look at that, I'm going to eliminate the gun as firing those because the class characteristics do not agree. So I'm looking at a number of different class characteristics on the cartridge cases and on the bullets. And I'm going to compare those unknown samples to the known samples, and I'm looking at those class characteristics first. And if those class characteristics, if any of them disagree, then it's an elimination. But if they're all in agreement, then I move deeper into my analysis and I look at individual characteristics. Those are the little nicks and ticks and the unique things to that tool or firearm. Then I'm going to do my pattern analysis on that. And if I see if there's a significant or a sufficient disagreement, then I would eliminate them. If I see sufficient agreement, then I would identify it. And in some cases, I can't really tell. There's just not enough information. That would be an inconclusive conclusion.
So when you are able to analyze the gun and have the sufficient findings, would you say, is it safe to say that that's similar to a fingerprint?
Yes, and that's a really good analogy. It's like the tool or firearm has fingerprints, and when you get that physical contact between the ammunition components and the firearm, it's a lot like the firearm is leaving its fingerprints, so to speak, on those ammunition components, and that's what I'm looking at. Those would kind of like be the individual characteristics.
So in this case, did you conduct any type of analysis as you described to the jury?
Yes, I did.
And as part of that analysis and evaluation, did you prepare a report?
Yes, I did.
You're on the commission to approach?
Yeah.
For states.
I'm showing you what's been marked in State's Exhibit 236. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with it?
This is the report that I issued. It summarizes my conclusions of my analysis for this case.
Okay. Was this report generated in the normal course of business of the Texas DPS Crime Lab?
Yes, it was.
Was this report made at or near the time the events that this report talks about took place?
Yes.
And has this report been materially altered in any way?
No.
Let the record reflect, I'm now tendering to defense State's Exhibit 236 for review. And would like to admit that as evidence. Yes.
Wait a minute, Judge. Well, I can ask a question. Did you prepare this report yourself?
Yes, sir, I did.
Judge, we'd objected to the alternate evidence. It's not a business record, it's his personal report. Just like an offense report.
It's his report,
Judge Allen, if he wants to have a conversation with me,
But,
You need your mic, Mr. Pugh.
very briefly, Mr. Daniel, in your opinion, would it assist the jury in understanding the discussions we're about to have if this was published, then we follow along?
I believe so, yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 236?
you may.
All right, Mr. Daniel. So right here you have section for evidence, description, and results of analysis and interpretation. This list, is this a list of items that you received to test and conduct analysis on?
Yes, it is.
Permission to approach the witness again, Your
You
Honor?
may.
Right. All right. I'll let you put your gloves on, but I'm going to ask you a couple questions while you're doing that. In tendering to you what has been previously marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 36, is this an item that you received for evaluation?
Yes, it is.
And how are you familiar with this item?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with it?
So I know that I examined it because I have my case identifier sticker on the firearm. This sticker is unique to this item. It has information like the case number. It has the agency item number, the lab item number, the date, and my initials on it. So I know that I examined this firearm.
And when would be the first time that you saw this firearm?
I would have to refer to my notes to have a date. Well, actually, hang on. It'd be February 11th, 2019.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do with this particular firearm?
Well, the first thing I do after labeling it and making sure that it's unloaded is to function test it. Checking all the safeties, making sure that it's functional, making sure that there's nothing wrong with it. And again, is it something that I want to test fire?
Okay. And did you end up test firing it and making sure it was safe to use?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And could you explain to the jury what it is that you did with regards to the test fires?
So with the test fires, after I fire them and collect them, again, the very first thing you do is you label them. And then I'm going to do a comparison among the that known sample of test fires to see what patterns are repeating.
With regards to your report, right here, item 20, and specifically 20-1. Is this item that you received in evidence and tested the same firearm that I just showed you?
Yes, it is.
And with regards to this, was any evidence ammunition provided to your office?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do with that evidence ammunition?
The live rounds, I didn't do the majority of them. I didn't do any analysis, any type of comparative analysis with them. Two of the live rounds that were submitted as evidence, I used as test fires.
Would that be indicated right here at 21-02-AB?
Yes.
So you received live ammunition from the Webb County Sheriff's Office, and of that ammunition you used to make known samples?
That's correct.
I'm now going to show you what's been marked and previously admitted as State's Exhibit 40, 41, 42, 46A, 45A, and 44B. Are you familiar with these items?
Yes, I am.
How do you recognize them?
They also have my case identifier sticker on the packaging, so I know that I examined them.
Okay. And when would have been the first time you've seen these items?
It appears the date on them is, on all the packaging is February 11th, 2019.
Okay. With these particular pieces of evidence that I've handed over to you, did you test them? And if you need to look at your report to refresh your memory to make sure.
I do.
Do you look at this?
And what was your question now?
Yes. Did you perform any analysis or tests on these items that are in front of you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. On all of them? Just to be clear.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's see. This one seems to still have, if I'm not mistaken, your DPS Prime Lab tape and has been unopened. Am I correct in saying that?
It's definitely sealed, and I see my where I have sealed it. Yes.
All right. I'm going to have you open any of those that are still sealed. And that way we can take a look at them.
Okay. Do you want me to open all of them?
All of them. If they're still sealed, please open them.
Okay. But this one is open.
Already. And those last
This
three
one
might
is
be.
open. And this one is open.
Okay.
So these three are open.
All right. Now showing you what's been marked and previously admitted as State's Exhibit 44, 46, and 45. Are these projectiles that you received and tested, conducted an analysis on?
Yes, they are.
Okay. We've now opened State's Exhibit 40 and retrieved what was in there. I'm going to do the same for 41 and 42. Now you said that these were cartridge casings, correct?
That's correct.
But they're also commonly referred to as just casings.
Yes, that's a slang term for it.
Okay. Were these cartridge casings tested by you?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 40, 41, 42, 45, 46, and 44?
You know.
Thank you. These are all items you tested, correct?
That's correct.
And shown to your lab report, that would have been item number 4-03-AA, the cartridge casing from scene, 4-04AA, cartridge casing from scene, 12-01, one bullet from Melissa Ramirez, 12-02, one bullet from Melissa Ramirez, and 12-03, one bullet from Melissa Ramirez. These would coincide with those on your report, correct?
Yes, they would.
And from scene, are you familiar with what scene these were taken from? I'm sorry, these casings?
Yeah, it's my understanding they were taken from the Melissa Ramirez scene.
And after you completed your evaluation on this, these are what you would call, let me back up. These are what you would call an unknown sample, correct?
That's correct.
And then you had previously said you had 2 known samples that were fired from this firearm right here.
That's correct. But I actually had 5 unknown samples. I fired a total of 5 test fires.
Of those 5, 2 of them were from ammunition that had been sent to your lab.
That's correct. 3 of them were ammunition that were store-bought that we keep at the laboratory as stock, and then 2 of them were evidence cartridges. So a total of 5.
After doing your analysis, which I believe you said you do it under a microscope,
Yes.
what did you find on all of these projectiles? What was the conclusion?
On those particular items, it was my opinion that they were fired by the pistol, that pistol right there.
You fell behind your computer.
Can you grab it?
I can get it. Thank you. You just said that after your evaluation of those, that it was your opinion that they fired from this firearm, correct?
That's correct.
How did you come to that conclusion?
So just as before, when I was explaining, how do I analyze a normal case, I'm looking at the class characteristics first, and those were all in agreement. So I go deeper into my analysis and look at the individual characteristics. And again, it's doing pattern recognition. And when I see a pattern that has sufficient agreement, then I form the conclusion that it's an identification and that the ammunition was fired by the gun.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 50, 51, oh, yes, on the way. 47, 49, and 48. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe 51 and 50 are still sealed. So we can go, actually before that, if you could identify this envelope and tell me whether or not that was something that you're familiar with.
I am familiar with both of these items.
And how is it that you're familiar with these items?
They have my case identifier sticker on them.
Okay. When was the first time that you would have seen those 2 items in particular?
These items I saw on February 12th of 2019.
Okay. If you don't mind, could you please open them up? And for the record, they are still sealed, correct?
Yes, they're still sealed.
Okay. And actually, seeing where you, for the record, Your Honor, I'm going to move the State's Exhibit sticker, but I do think it lines up with where he's about to.
I can cut somewhere else.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's take a look at State's Exhibit 50 and State's Exhibit 51. You recognize these items?
I do.
Okay. there any particular thing that you do with these to make sure you recognize the actual casings?
Yeah, actually, with a lot of the items, I can scribe them. So I take a metal scribe and I scribe the case identifiers on the item themselves. I do that with the cartridge cases and the bullets.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 51? You said you scribed, correct?
That's correct.
Seems to be some markings on it that I don't think you would see in a traditional store-bought bullet. Is that your scribing?
Yes, towards the mouth of the cartridge case. So on the model, it's right here. You can actually see it scribed.
So right
So I put unique case identifiers, and they're scribed in there.
Okay. And that would coincide with right where this pencil tip is, correct?
That's correct.
Those metal scribings.
Yes.
Okay. So you've already said that you're familiar with 51 and 50. Now, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 49, 47, and I believe that's 48?
I am familiar with these items.
Are you familiar with those items?
The packaging has my case identifier sticker on it, and the packaging is sealed.
Alrighty. And again, like you had testified earlier, there would be some scribing on it.
Yeah, on the bullets, it's actually a different type of bullet than this, but I scribe it on the base. These bullets have a closed base, but I would scribe it right here.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 51, 50, 48, 49, and 47? Mr. Daniel, did you perform an analysis on all of these items?
Yes, I did.
And just so we're clear, these items should coincide with your report. Items number 27, 2702 AB 1, 2702 AC 1, and then 2801. I'm sorry, 2802, one gray fragment, and 2803, one bullet fragment. And then just so we're clear, 2702 AB-01 was 140 Smith & Wesson cartridge casing from scene, and 2702 AC-01 was a 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge casing from scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you did conduct a test on all of these items here.
I did.
And what was your findings after you conducted that analysis of these unknown samples to the known samples you took from this H&K firearm?
So the item in the top left and the top center I didn't do any comparative analysis because there wasn't anything to compare to. There just wasn't much information on them.
I'm sorry, which one did you not do an analysis on?
So I didn't do a comparative analysis on the top left item,
This one?
correct? And then also State Exhibit 48 in the top center. There just wasn't enough data for me to compare to the known sample.
Okay. But you did conduct an analysis on State's Exhibit 49,
Yes, I did.
as well as 51,
Yes.
and as well as 50.
Yes.
To your knowledge, do you know where these, based on the lab submission reports or anything that's in your records, where these came from?
I would have to look at my notes.
Please go ahead and do so.
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
You may.
I do know which crime scene they came from.
And which ones were those?
The victim was Claudine Loretta.
Loretta?
I
Okay.
apologize.
So these came from Claudine's scene and from her body.
That's what the submission form says, yes.
Okay. And after conducting the analysis, what was your conclusion?
It's my opinion that those three items, the bullet and 2 cartridge cases on the screen, were fired by that pistol right there.
And just to get into a little bit more detail for the jury, I'd like to talk about, and I know you had mentioned it earlier, with regards to the firing thing, correct?
Yes.
Could you please tell us what it was that you found on this one, on this casing, and obviously the casings that you've already testified that you attested, what their similarities were or anything like that?
Well, they had what we call a hemispherical firing pin impression, and the breech faces were parallel.
And what does that mean?
So if you look at the firing pin impression, it's kind of like you took an ice cream scoop and scooped out ice cream. It's real rounded, not just when you're looking at it from this direction, but it's rounded from the bottom. It's hemispherical, and on the breech face, you can actually see it on this model, maybe a little bit. Well, maybe not, but the lines are parallel across here. And again, this is the area that slams on the back of the breech face during cycling. And so the marks on the breech face are going to be parallel, and they're going to impress onto the back of these cartridge cases.
And on not just the ones that you've already testified to, but on all of them that you tested in the report, they all had that same breech face and the same firing pin style.
The class characteristics I looked at were in agreement, yes.
Now I want to show you what's been marked and previously admitted as State's Exhibit 145. Are you familiar with this envelope?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with this envelope?
It has my case identifier sticker on it.
And when would have been the first time you saw this envelope?
February 12th of 2019.
I also want to show you what's been marked for identifying purposes as 56A, 55A, 52, 53, and 54. Are you familiar with all of these envelopes that I've just handed to you?
Yes, I am.
And how is it that you're familiar with all of these envelopes?
They have my case identifier sticker on them.
And when would you have seen these envelopes for the first time?
It looks like they are all marked February 12th, 2019.
All right. I want to take some of these out. You could help me with those last two.
Okay, these are going to need to be opened.
All right. I think these last three actually will. Ready?
$53.
Okay, alrighty. Now that we've removed these items from their packaging, do you recognize all of them?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize all of them?
They have my scribings in them, and I also write the case number in ink on the case body to make it a little easier to see.
Okay. And you did conduct an analysis of all of these items here?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish States Exhibit 52, 53, 54, 55, and 56?
You may. Yes, those have.
Yes, these have all been previously admitted.
Okay,
I'll verify them before.
Do you need to?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No.
Great. I'm now showing you States Exhibit 56, 55, 54, 53, and 52. Would these exhibits coincide with items number 2402AA, a 16 federal cartridge, 1640 Smith & Wesson cartridge, 24-03-AA, again, a federal 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge casing, 24-04AA, a 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge casing, and items number 24 2501, unknown object submitted as bullet fragment from scene, and 2502, bullet fragment from scene. Do these coincide with those item numbers on your lab report?
Yes, they do.
And you previously testified right now that you did conduct an analysis of all of these, correct?
Yes, I did.
And after conducting your analysis of these unknown samples, correct?
That's correct.
To the known samples you took from this gun,
Yes.
what was your conclusion and finding?
Can you flip over State's Exhibit 56, please, so
Yes,
I
I
can
can.
see the item number? Is that 2501?
Bring it back to you.
Just a little difficult to see
Oh,
the
no
two
worries.
items. So the item in the top left, State's Exhibit 56, it wasn't.
Right here.
Yeah, I didn't do any comparative analysis on that.
Okay.
It just wasn't consistent with an ammunition component. I labeled it as an unknown object,
Okay.
so not an ammunition component.
56 was not tested then for comparative analysis.
I didn't do any comparative analysis on that. Correct.
It's 55.
55 and the 3 cartridge cases. It was my opinion that they were fired by that pistol.
Based on what again?
Again, microscopic comparison of the class characteristics and individual characteristics.
Individual characteristics of what?
The tool marks.
And are you aware, again, just like before, which crime scenes these came from?
I am. My paperwork has the victim listed as Giselda Hernandez.
That would have come from, we said the, not the same. That's
Yes.
where these came from.
That's what my paperwork has, yes.
Okay. And again, they were tested, and you, in your opinion, said that they came from that firearm.
Yes.
And finally, I want to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 57 and States Exhibit 58. Are you familiar with these items?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with these items?
The packaging has my case identifier sticker on it.
Okay. And when would have been the first time that you saw these items?
February 12th of 2019.
Okay. We have this one. I believe this one's still sealed, so we can open it up, please.
Do you want me to open this one also?
Or are you familiar with that envelope?
I am.
Okay.
And that's my case identifier sticker on
Okay. And when would you have seen that item first?
it. Also February 12th of 2019.
Okay. Open it up. Now that you're seeing this item, are you familiar with that particular casing?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with that casing?
It has my case identifier scribed near the mouth of the cartridge case, and I wrote in ink what the item number was.
Okay. And did you conduct an analysis of these items?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish States Exhibit 58 and 57?
You may.
Alrighty. Are you familiar with where these items came from?
Yes, I am.
And where would that have been?
My paperwork has the victim as Humberto Ortiz. I think there was a different name the individual went by, but my paperwork has Humberto Ortiz.
Janelle Ortiz?
Yes.
How she identified? Okay, so you tested these unknown items, unknown samples, correct?
Yes, I did.
Which were recovered from the scene of Humberto Ortiz, also known as Janelle Ortiz.
Yes.
Okay. And after comparing these unknown samples to the known samples that you took from this H&K, what was your conclusion and what was your finding?
It was my opinion that those two items were fired by that pistol.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Same as before in any analysis we do, we look at the class characteristics and then the individual characteristics.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part? I had a little bit of trouble hearing over there.
We look at the individual, the class characteristics, and if they're in agreement, we look at the individual characteristics.
But just for the record again, you said you scribe on both the cartridge casings, which is the casing left behind after the projectile has been fired, and the projectiles, or the bullets, correct?
That's correct.
Is that the scribe you're referring to that you put on the bullets?
Yes, they are.
And why is it that you do that?
It's to uniquely identify the item.
Okay. I believe you said you also do that on the casings, correct?
That's correct.
And you said it would be somewhere in this area, right?
That's correct.
And so, again, why is it that you do that on the casings?
To uniquely identify that item.
And you also said you marked them with ink, too. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would that be the marking in ink that you left?
Yes.
And why do you do that as well?
That's to make it a little easier for me to see the item number.
Okay. Now, we just looked at, I believe it was 9 casings, cartridge casings. Which again, as you said, what's left behind after the projectile is fired, correct?
Yes, 9 cartridge cases were submitted.
Do you know what size caliber these cartridges were?
The cartridge cases were 40 Smith & Wesson caliber.
Okay. You know the manufacturer of those particular bullets or cartridges?
The cartridge cases had a federal head stamp on them.
Could you explain to the jury, because you had said Smith & Wesson and then you had also said federal. Are you familiar with why cartridge casing, the maker would be federal, but then you also have Smith & Wesson, which is also another firearms manufacturer. Could you explain why it is that you have those two markings on a single bullet?
Yeah. Well, on the cartridge case, the head stamp, there's 40 Smith & Wesson, and that's the caliber. That's the type of cartridge that this is. So they make a lot of different types of calibers. They can make really small ones, really big ones, but that designates what the dimensions of this cartridge, this live round of ammunition, there's standards. And when you say 40 Smith & Wesson, it has to meet certain standards. So that manufacturers, if they're making either ammunition or a firearm, and they're saying it's 40 Smith & Wesson, it has to meet certain specs. The diameter of the bullet, the length of the cartridge case, the diameter of it. It's so that it'll operate. So it'll chamber in there very tightly, and that it'll fire. And there's a lot of different calibers out there. So the 40 Smith & Wesson refers to the caliber only. And the Federal refers to who made the cartridge case. So Federal is the brand that just physically made the ammunition, and they made it in the 40 Smith & Wesson caliber.
Okay. In this particular case, based off of the projectiles, the bullets that were sent to you for analysis, were you able to tell what type of bullet they were?
Yes.
What type were they?
They were jacketed hollow point bullets.
Do you know who that type of jacketed hollow point is commonly used by?
A lot of manufacturers, and it's difficult to determine the brand of fired bullets unless there's very specific features to them. But they don't have like a head stamp on them like a cartridge case.
And if you know, are you aware as to whether or not law enforcement uses that kind of round?
Law enforcement uses a lot of different calibers and different ammunition. Yes.
But the jacketed hollow point in particular.
That's most common, yes.
That's the most common amongst law enforcement?
Yeah, I would say that's the standard, yes.
The standard?
Yeah.
Okay. And so here you have for all of these 40 Smith & Wesson caliber cartridges that were manufactured by Federal. I guess it was Federal that you said was the manufacturer?
Are you referring to the live ammunition or the cartridge cases?
Cartridge casings.
All the cartridge cases had a Federal head stamp on them.
And they were all 40 Smith & Wesson.
That's correct.
And all the projectiles that you tested, that you could have enough of a sample of, were those also jacketed hollow points?
Yes.
Permission to approach, John?
Yep. Just so you see it.
Oh, okay. Let's make sure to get that right now. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for this. In conclusion, after testing all 9 40 Smith & Wesson caliber cartridge casing, you determined what exactly?
It's my opinion that the 9 submitted cartridge cases were fired by the H&K pistol.
And after doing an analysis and evaluation on all 6 projectiles, which were what we learned to be fragments or bullet projectiles that came from the bodies of Melissa, Claudine, Janelle, and then projectiles that were found at the scene for Griselda, what was your conclusion after testing these specific items right here?
For those 6 projectiles, I determined it was my opinion that they were fired by the H&K pistol.
So they were all, each and every single thing you tested was fired from this firearm right here.
Those items that I listed, it was my opinion they were fired by the H&K pistol.
Further questions, Your Honor?
Your Honor. Yes, sir. Mr. Daniel. My name's Raymond Poole.
I need a mic, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you could start over, please.
Start all over?
Yes, sir, I didn't hear the first part of it.
This is Thompson. Mr. Daniel. Okay, my name is Raymond Poole, and I represent Juan David Ortiz along with one. I noticed when you first testified about the qualifications, you stated that you have graduate degrees in biology and finance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, what led you into guns?
Well, it really brought me into forensics. I've always liked science, and I chose forensics. I entered the field when I first started. I started as a DNA technician, which was a supportive role in the DNA section. But I got to see all the different sections, in the laboratory. I got to see fingerprints and drug analysis. I got to see firearms analysis, and I thought it was a pretty cool field. So a position opened, I applied, and I got it.
If I could put it. We're going to talk about these a little bit. Just take exhibit 36. I'll just set it here if you need to refer to it, fine. If you don't, that's fine too. That buttons. That weapon itself, states exhibit number 36, is a H&K Model 40 S&W, correct?
The caliber is 40 Smith & Wesson.
The weapon itself, that's
I believe the model is a P2000, but let me refer to my notes.
No, not to mention. I brought my glasses with me.
So right here it has P2000 on the
And
slide.
then what's the rest of it say?
Well, that refers to the caliber. It says 40
But-
Smith
but-
& Wesson. Yes,
But I mean, the weapon itself has the 40 S&W on it.
that's correct. Yes.
What type of metal is that barrel made out
Steel.
of? You know what type of steel?
I don't.
I mean, whether it's carbon steel, stainless steel,
No, sir, I don't.
you don't know how much Canadian content it might have, or how much chromium content it might have.
No, sir, that's getting outside my area of expertise.
What type of bore is that barrel at?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
So you wouldn't know the difference, a conventional bore as opposed to a button bore?
Are you referring to the rifling or?
Yes, I'm talking about how the board is created.
Well, the rifling is polygonal.
And what's the difference in that? The polygonal as opposed to what other kind?
Well, there's conventional rifling. Those are the two big ones. There's also polygonal with rails.
Now, when you test, you shoot a test fire for every color that projectile,
Yes, sir.
and then you compare it to the ones that is submitted to you in the laboratory.
Yes, sir.
What particularly are you looking for to compare?
Again, I'm looking at class characteristics, but I can kind of do that before I test fire. And then I'm going to, but there's some class characteristics I do need to test fire, and that's the rifle, the type of rifling, and also the rifling widths and dimensions. And then once I compare the class characteristics and I see that they're in agreement, then I look at the individual characteristics.
Again, is there certain terminology for what you're looking for?
Individual characteristics is the term we use. Yes, sir.
Something like landing grooves, sometimes used.
Landing grooves is referred to conventional rifling, yes.
But this has what type?
Polygonal.
Okay. And what you're looking for then is it ever referred to instead of landing grooves, hills and valleys?
Yes.
I mean, you've heard that before.
Yes, I have.
And where on the projectile do you look for these things? Exactly. How do you go about doing this?
So I put the two objects up on my comparison microscope where I can see both of them, and I can kind of move them around. I can magnify them. I can change the lighting. I can turn them and rotate them. And I'm looking at pattern recognition. And so I find an area that may have a lot of individual characteristics on it, and then I rotate the other one to see if I can find that same pattern. When I find, an orientation that I like, either the pattern is really good or I can rotate it around. And, whenever I find an orientation I like, I rotate the bullet around and I'm looking at all the markings and everything and seeing if everything's lining up.
Okay. If I could show you step 57.
Thanks.
Now, where on that did you exactly look for what you just described?
So it'll probably be easier to see on my model, but it would be these markings here. So whenever the bullet is fired, it's engaging that rifling to create, the rifling's job is to impart a spin on the bullet, a lot like a quarterback throwing a football. It's to increase the accuracy and the distance of the bullet. So it has to engage that rifling. You get that metal on metal contact. And so that's the area that I'm looking at.
You said that you did have some projectiles just fired. Did you bring those with you?
I did not know.
So we're not going to be able to see how much damage is done in that state's exhibit I just showed you compared to the normal projectile.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, I think it was 56, wasn't it? Projectile hand?
Yes, sir. 57. Yes, sir.
I mean, it's certainly compressed.
You're talking about the shape of the bullet?
Yeah, I'm talking about how it's.
Yeah, so this is a jacketed hollow point bullet. It's a different style than this bullet. It actually has a hollow cavity right here, and its purpose is when it hits to expand, and the term we use is mushroom. So this is kind of a normal shape for a jacketed hollow point bullet. I did bend the petals out, but the petals, much like the nose area here, do not engage the rifling. It's not, the diameter isn't wide enough. So this is the bearing surface, and this is what I'm looking at.
And so the part that you call petals is from what part of the bullet?
So it's part of the nose area, and again, it's designed to expand out.
Do you know that this, well, the weapon we're talking about here, when we talked about bore, do you know how the bore was made?
No, sir, I don't.
Are you familiar with any of the milling techniques?
Not with H&K, sir.
You don't know if they use like, a computer numerical control to create the bore in a CNC milling.
I believe that the bore is made with button rifling, but I would have to contact H&K to confirm.
Now you say that you did the test fire of that weapon and compared it to these projectiles that were recovered secretly on toxic emission in you.
Yes, I did a comparison.
And how many of these H&K 40 calibers have you examined?
I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, have you examined other ones?
I've examined a number of H&Ks, but I couldn't give you a number.
Well, and have you done that? Have you ever gone back and made comparisons with the other ones?
No, sir, I haven't.
So what we're talking about here is the science of absolute inclusion. Once you find a match, it's game over.
Is that a question or?
Yes, it
I'm
is.
sorry.
I'm saying, is that the way it works?
Well, I testified that it's my opinion that the ammunition was fired by the pistol.
Well, and this is based on the training and experience that you have. So whoever trained you said this is how it works. Correct?
Well, we read research, we did tests ourselves, and so the training really establishes the foundation for the field.
Do you have any idea how many of these H&K 40 caliber weapons were manufactured?
No, sir, I don't.
And they are manufactured in Germany, are they not?
I believe so, yes.
Are you aware that in the United States and Germany, they use different metals to make barrels, for example?
I would have to confirm that, but
You can trust me on it if you like, but and they also use different manufacturing methods. Would you agree?
that's getting into manufacturing, and you're correct. Over time, they do change manufacturing techniques.
Okay. For example, SPK advertises the barrel in that weapon is good for at least 10,000 rounds. Would you say that's a lot of rounds for a gun?
Yeah.
So the barrel must be pretty stout material,
Yes.
and there must be very tightly controlled manufacture.
Yes.
And so what I'm suggesting or asking you is, you don't make a comparison of these unknown projectiles to other barrels other than the one that's submitted to you.
That's correct.
So you really don't know whether these projectiles could have possibly been fired from another weapon.
That's not my opinion.
Well, but your opinion is based on what your education is and what you believe. The point is, you don't do these other tests, so you cannot know.
Well, we do. There is research out there. There's a famous one where they took 10 Ruger barrels that were manufactured one after another on the assembly line, and then bullets are fired through those barrels. And I actually took that test in research, and you can tell which bullet came from which barrel. So a test is given, again, with 10 barrels that are manufactured one after another on the assembly line. The test is given to us, and I scored 100% on that test. So obviously the science works.
And was that done with an HEA P2000 40 caliber?
No, it wasn't.
Any further redirect?
Mr. Daniel, a couple questions. Okay. There was talk about the hollow point. And I just want to make it clear what it is that we were talking about. I believe this is the one. States Exhibit 57. Permission to publish?
Amen.
This is a jacketed hollow point round, correct?
That's correct.
You said there's a, in here, there's a hollow, what was it that you described it as? A hollow cavity? Or how did you describe it?
So it's called a jacketed hollow point bullet. This would be a full metal jacket bullet. It has the nose is solid. The hollow point would have a hollow cavity. So this would be more of like a penetrating round where it just kind of goes through. This would be like a hollow point round, and when it hits, it would expand. It's designed to expand.
What is the purpose and reason for the designing a bullet that expands on impact?
So there's two kind of general reasons why. One is to create a little bit bigger of a wound cavity when it hits a person. The other thing is if it hits a wall or something, it's not going to penetrate quite as much. So like in a home defense situation, you could hit a wall and it may not penetrate through and hit somebody else kind of situation. But that's the thought behind it.
Okay. Well, there was talks about a pedal. You had mentioned something about a pedal. What is the pedal when we're talking about this particular jacketed hollow point?
So if y'all can see the screen, it's kind of like flower petals that kind of come out. So it mushrooms out, but each little petal, it's designed to kind of break like that. There's little lines that are scratched in there. They're called skives, but they're designed to create petals and mushroom out.
So these are because you said they had lines. These are perforated bullets that have lines to allow it to pedal out in this design.
Yeah, that's a normal looking design when it expands. Now I did bend the petals out straight because the petals can kind of cover the bearing surface, and so I bent them out straight. But typically they kind of mushroom, like look like a mushroom, if that makes any sense at all.
Okay. So I do want to actually ask you about that. You said that the petals cover which area again?
The bearing surface, where it engages the rifling.
So the bearing surface is what engages the rifle.
Yeah.
Which is essentially what engages it to spin, like you said, a quarterback throwing a football.
That's correct.
To go further and more precise.
Yes, more accurate. Yep.
And you look for rifling when you conduct an examination on an unknown source, correct? Try to see what's the rifling on this compared to a known source.
Yes, that's a class characteristic that we look at.
So this bullet looks pretty beat up. And it may be difficult to see.
Actually, in our field, this bullet is in really, really good shape. The base is in round. It's not out of. It's in excellent shape.
So this area right here, past the petals, where it, is solid, like you said, in good shape. That is where you're looking for the rifling. I'm sorry about that.
Yes, typically it's, again, this bullet kind of shows it. You kind of have the nose area that's kind of pointed down, it kind of tapers. This part is not going to engage the rifling. This part and beyond is going to engage.
Now, I'm going to permission to approach you. I'm going to show you what's again been marked as and admitted as States Exhibit 57. If I show here, you can take a hold of that. If I show it to you like that, with the naked eye alone, as you're looking at it right now in this courtroom, can you tell me anything about the rifling?
Well, I don't like to do analysis on the stand, and as I get older, my eyes aren't getting as good, so I need glasses to. But I do have in my notes that it's a polygonal 6 rifling.
So is it safe to say then that this is something that's done on a microscopic level?
Yeah, I mean, but typically I put it under a stereoscope to look at the rifling and count the lands and grooves and look at the direction of twist.
Okay. You also talked about an article that was put out or a study that was put out with regards to the 10 Ruger barrels that were manufactured one after the other, and that science allows you to say exactly which barrel fired which particular bullet. Do you know why that is?
I do.
Could you please explain to the jury why that is the case?
So the surface of tools and firearms, they have random, unique, microscopic features on them. Again, kind of like fingerprints. And when the barrel is made it's almost always made out of steel, a real hard metal. And when it comes in contact with softer metals like brass or copper, which ammunition is made out of usually, the harder barrel is going to leave those random, unique, microscopic features on the softer metal.
Absolutely, Sean.
You looked it now, you're too.
Thank you so much.
You're really someone to be made.
Thank you.
Your Honor. Yeah, yes.
There's 2 pieces of evidence here.
Take care of those right now.
Again, I'll just remind you not to discuss the facts of the case, not to watch any news accounts or read any articles regarding this case. So you'll be on lunch break until 1 p.m. Thank you.
All right, to the jury.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
State calls, good afternoon, Your Honor. State calls Dr. Jenny Lonsberry. She will be examined by APA starting after you.
Good afternoon. Can you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give during this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may take the witness stand, please. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, and it's Debbie Douglas from the state of Texas for the record.
I'm sorry? Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lonsberry. Could you please get your full name for the record?
My name is Jenny Lounsbury.
And Dr. Lonsberry, how are you employed?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Texas Department of Public Safety in Houston.
And how long have you worked as a forensic scientist?
About 9.5 years.
And could you please walk us through your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Utica College, a master's of science in forensic science from the University of New Haven, and I hold a PhD in chemistry from the University of Virginia.
Do you have any additional training or background that qualifies you as an expert?
Yes.
And could you go through that?
When I started at the department 9.5 years ago, I was entered into the Trace Evidence Training Program. This involved reading the current literature, practice exercises, independent competency exams, mock trials for all of the various disciplines that I am trained in.
And is the lab that you work at accredited?
Yes.
Who is it accredited by?
The Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab is accredited by the Texas Forensic Science Commission and the American National Standard Institute, American National Laboratory Accrediting Board.
And have you been proficiency tested in this discipline?
Yes.
When was you recall the last time?
Earlier this year.
And so are you yourself licensed as a forensic analyst?
Yes.
By who?
The Texas Forensic Science Commission.
Have you testified in court as an expert before?
Yes.
How many times approximately?
Approximately 20.
I heard you mention that you were a forensic scientist at UPS. Could you tell us what your duties are?
I am specifically assigned to the trace evidence section, so I analyze evidence, prepare reports, provide training for newer analysts, provide court testimony when needed, and any other forensic services that might be needed.
And what is trace evidence?
Trace evidence is minute material left behind through some kind of a transfer, so this can include hairs, fibers, paint, and in this case, tire impressions.
And how do you conduct tire impression comparisons?
It starts with a visual exam of the questioned item. I determine if in fact it is a tire impression, if it is, what kind of design it might have, and then I compare it to the known impression using visual and side-by-side methods.
So you said visual and side-by-side measures. What does that include?
It includes looking at the photographs they might have sent, the casted material that they might have sent, pictures from the scene, and I compare them as best I can. And if there is a ruler in the question in photos, I can compare them based on size. And the side-by-side analysis is physically side-by-side on my desk, and I compare the features back and forth to each other.
In essence, what you do is you take, or could you explain in layman's terms what it is that you do when you compare these two samples?
I'm comparing the tread design, the width of the what are called lugs. Those are the individual elements that make up that tread design. If there are a certain number of ribs present, I will compare those. I will compare the size of the lugs, the shape of the lugs, to determine if they are the same as the known impression.
Are there any levels that you use to categorize the level to which they match?
We do have a scale called our categories of association, which provides a measure of how strong that association or disassociation is.
Could you walk us through that scale?
Sure. Our categories of association are numbered 1 through 5. So category 1 is what's called a source association. This is our strongest association and is typically used in cases such as a physical fit, where pieces of a broken item have physically fit back together, similar to a jigsaw puzzle. Category 2 is our our association on class characteristics. So this is a category where I have similar class characteristics. So using the example of tires, they would have the same size, shape, and tread design. We have a category 3, which is our inconclusive, meaning that there are some similarities and some differences between the two items, so I couldn't render a conclusion. There's what's called a category 4, which is a non-association, but I couldn't exclude the source. This category is typically used for paint samples. So, for example, if I'm given a paint chip and I compare it to the known and it's not similar to that known, I can't exclude that vehicle, as different vehicle parts are painted at different times with potentially different types of paint. And the 5th category is our category 5, and this would be an exclusion. So, for example, if that paint was blue and the known was green, then I could exclude it from having come from that source.
And can you please explain to us what the process is like when the lab receives evidence for testing?
When an officer brings evidence to the laboratory, it is received by our evidence receiving team, who provides it with a barcode and a unique laboratory case number. That barcode is placed on the evidence, and it begins what's called the chain of custody. This will track the evidence as it moves through the laboratory, from vault to analyst, back to vault, and then whenever it's returned.
So whenever it's returned, you send it back to the county that sent it?
It depends on where the case originated from. So if it's a case based out of a Houston county, the agency will usually just come pick it up. In this case, I think we probably would have sent the evidence back to the Laredo laboratory, and then that agency would have picked it up there. If it's a DPS case, like a trooper dropped it off or a Texas Ranger, we would hold on to it indefinitely.
And so you did receive evidence for this particular case?
Yes.
And did you prepare a report as part of your analysis?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Now should see what's been marked as state exhibit 237. I'm going to have to be recognized this document.
Yes, I do.
And did you prepare this yourself?
Yes, I did.
And was it done at or near the time when we conducted your analysis?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to turn it over to the defense counsel and admit state exhibit 237 into evidence.
Of course, you did to refresh your memory.
Right, but the objection to rule, this is 237 submitted 7.
Now I'm going to show you some evidence. And just to be clear, do I need to be using gloves when I'm handling some of these exhibits? That I'm going to show you?
The tire impressions, I don't believe so, unless there was some question of DNA analysis on the knowns or something like that.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 638. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
On this top flap here, you can see my handwritten case number, date, initials, and item number.
Now, can I ask you to look inside of the box? And I'm going to ask if you could take out the item. Yeah, I'm going to take the published statement.
Okay.
And can you tell us what State's Exhibit 63 is?
State's Exhibit 63 is this brown paper wrapped item, which will contain the cast that was collected at the crime scene.
Okay. And would it be possible to take the item out, or?
Yes.
Okay. Could we go ahead and do that, please? And to what does this correspond to on your report?
This will be listed on my report as item 2901, casted impression, parentheses, 2 pieces.
Now I'm also going to show you some other exhibits. First, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
Once again, you can see my handwritten case number, item number, date, and initials.
And to what number does this correspond on your report?
That known tire impression is item 3501, known tire impression from suspect vehicle, parentheses, rear passenger side.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
Once again, we can see over on that side my handwritten case number, initials, date, and item number.
And what does this date and time correspond to?
The one above mine?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I would assume that's when it was collected.
Showing you State's Exhibit 59, same question. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
Again, we have my handwritten case number, date, initials, and item number.
And what item does this correspond to on your report?
That is item number 3504, known tire impression from suspect vehicle, parentheses, front right.
And last one. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 16?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
Again, on that side, we have my handwritten case number, item number, date, and initials.
And what item does this correspond to on your report?
This is item number 3503 on my report, known tire impression from suspect vehicle, parentheses, rear driver side.
Okay. And when you compared these 4 known samples, were there any differences between them?
Between the 4 known tires themselves?
Yes.
No, they were all the same make and model, and therefore tread design tire.
Your Honor, permission to... So for purposes of questioning, I will be referring to just one, but it's your testimony that they would all be the same.
Correct.
Okay. And now I'm going to post, Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 63 on the Elmo. Okay. Now, can you walk us through what you do and how you analyze these samples?
So when I opened up this cast, it was covered in a lot of dirt and mud from when it was collected. So I used a soft brush to kind of remove some of that debris so that I could more clearly see the impression that had been collected. Once I did that, I documented the features of the impression. So in this case, the lug shape and size and how many ribs I could see. Once I did that, I then opened up the knowns and did the same thing, documented the shape and size of the lugs, how many ribs I could see, and other features like that before moving on to the comparison.
Now, can you refer to your report and your notes in there? Do these dimensions correspond, or are these taken while you conduct your examination of these samples?
Yes, they are.
So could you explain, and could I actually ask you to step off the witness stand you're on there today? And you can kind of walk us through the measurements that you take?
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
So in this case, because I didn't have any images that I could resize, I had to work on side-by-side analysis alone. And normally when we do our comparison, I would make what's called an overlay, where I would copy the known onto transparency paper and then physically lay it over top of the photograph. That doesn't work in this particular case because the cast is lumpy and bumpy, and so I wouldn't be able to have a nice flat comparison. So in this case, I resorted to some measurements. And so in this case, I was measuring, let's see, like for example, the width of these lugs here, the distance between these lugs here. I measured the lug here. And this is just to give me a baseline on approximations on how big these lugs might be when I compare it to the question.
Okay. And if I could now direct you over to the cast. Are these the same measurements that you take here?
Yes, so once again, you can see I measured the lugs down here, I measured the distance between the lugs here, and I measured the lug that was there.
Thank you. And you can take this again. Thank you so much. And so just for reference, is this cast impression that is up on display right now the same thing that was in your picture?
Yes.
Okay. Do you receive any other information regarding the samples that you received?
Just what would be listed on the submission form.
Do you know by any chance what scene this was associated with?
May I refer to my notes?
Mm-hmm.
According to the submission form I was provided, the tire cast was taken from a scene, and the victim listed on this particular submission form was Claudine Luera.
Now, when you made your comparisons, were you able to reach an opinion or a conclusion?
Yes, I was.
And what was it?
In this case, the question impression that was in the tire cast was similar to all four of the known tires in size, shape, and tread design, or any other tire with similar characteristics.
And did you assign it to a particular category?
Yes, I did.
Your own permission to publish? Mm-hmm. And what category was that?
This fell into what's called a Category 2B.
And could I have you explain what Category 2B is once more?
Yes. When I explained Category 2 earlier, as a class association, that category can actually further be broken down into 2A, 2B, and 2C. So a 2A association would be a class association with some sort of distinct feature. So, for example, a paint chip that's been repainted. Category 2B is where most of our analyses will fall. It could have come from that object or any other object with similar features. And then we have what's called a 2C. So this is a class association based on limited characteristics. So something about the question impression is limited. Maybe it's blurry, or maybe there's a paint layer missing, or some other feature of that item makes the analysis limited.
And therefore, is it your opinion that any four of these tires that you received could have been the one that left that tire impression on the scene, at the scene?
Yes, or any other tire with similar tread characteristics.
That's what concerns me.
Don't forget the mic. Yeah.
Yes,
It's not very, good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Raymond Fuchs, and along with Owen Peters, we represent Juan David Ortiz. You mentioned that there's different categories that you come up with when you're doing these comparisons.
Correct.
And which one did you say was applicable in this case?
In this case, it was a category 2B.
So that's association with conventional characteristics.
Correct.
And I believe what you're saying is those impressions that you analyzed, including the cast and the paper, if you will, what you're saying is that keeping this kind of tire.
Yes, whatever the brand information was listed on the known tire impressions.
You're not saying it's this tire or any tire before that doctor.
Correct. As far as I know, these tires were on a suspect vehicle, so all 4 of the tires had the same tread design, and my conclusion is that the question impression could have come from any of those 4 tires or any other tire with similar characteristics.
And as far as the do you have any way to determine when the tire impression was made when we said cast was made?
I do not.
It could have been there a month.
Could have been.
Okay. And you also mentioned in your report on the first page, and if you need to refer to it, that's fine, that dirt and debris was collected from this item, but not examined.
Correct.
Okay. Are there occasions where the Texas Department of Public Safety Laboratory does such a comparative analysis?
We no longer do soil analysis.
Okay. So if for example, you had been submitted, I guess you call it your dirt and debris from the past was collected, you wouldn't have had any way to analyze that dirt and debris?
No, I would not.
Okay. Does DPS have that at all?
Not anymore, no.
Yeah.
I am unaware if the if the FBI has soil analysis. I don't know.
Done it one time.
Oh yeah. It's still done today. I don't know who does it.
Dr. Lumberry, proof that you received information that these came from Claudine Rueda's crime scene. Were you aware that this was a homicide or murder investigation?
Yes.
No further questions, John.
You too, you may step down.
Thank you.
You read from the subpoena if you need to.
Okay.
You read it from the subpoena.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state's going to call Dana Weeks.
Number 12, no, I'm sorry, number 11.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? You found for testimony when you gave me on this trial with the truth, the whole truth, and let me truth, all the balance. Make it good.
And then Your Honor, we're going to set up.
Okay,
Yes, thank you.
okay, great. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Dana Paula Sarkis.
And Ms. Apis, how are you employed?
I'm currently employed at the Webb County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to please get near the mic and speak up loudly, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You are employed by the Webb County Jail.
Yes, sir.
And what is your position with the Webb County Jail?
I am the supervisor at the Intelligence Division.
And briefly, how long have you been with the Webb County Jail?
Approximately 4 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities in the Intelligence Division of the Webb County Sheriff's Department? Is that appropriate?
Yes.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen here what your duties and responsibilities are.
Our duties are to monitor inmate phone calls, to deter any illegal activity from happening inside and out of the jail, as well as to monitor the inmate phone calls for their safety and the safety of the jail.
So, let's start from the beginning. When an inmate arrives at Webb County Jail, how are they monitored? Or let me back up. They're allowed to make phone calls, correct?
Right, yes.
And the county jail provides phones so that they can call whoever they want to call.
Yes.
And what are the protocols? What are the procedures that you all at Webb County Jail have for an inmate who wants to use the phones?
So there are certain instructions you get. When you're first booked, you get an ID or SO number, and then you have instructions you need to follow in order for you to make your first phone call. After you follow the instructions are you need to create your own PIN, your personal identification number that you create yourself. You need to state your name, and then you need to state the United States of America. After you have completed those steps, they're both in Spanish and English, and you have your access to the phones.
In your analyst capacity or supervisor of this division, specifically, how many analysts do you have listening in on phone calls?
Approximately 7.
Do you have a system, database, or program that you utilize, or are you taking hand notes, or how does this work? Explain to the jury.
It's a system. It's called IC Solutions, and it's a phone system where you can see every single inmate phone calls. So it's recorded and monitored. The way I would go into listening to the actual phone calls, you would go into the call records. You would get a list of all the inmates that have made a call, either live, completed, or attempted call. Once you choose the phone call you want to listen to, you will get the date, the time, the CSN, the call sequence number, along with the ID of the inmate, the last name of the inmate, the phone number the inmate called, and the station where the inmate is stationed at. So the station meaning the cell. So either the booking or medical, wherever the phone call came out of.
Does the inmate pay for these types of services?
The first time, I believe it's for free. After that, yes, you need to be inserting your calling cards.
So it's like purchasing a calling card, you buy minutes.
Yes.
And any inmate that wants to be calling friends, family, or lawyers can buy minutes.
Yes.
Is the person, specifically the inmate, who is dialing his code and his PIN number, is he made aware that his phone call is being monitored?
Yes, there's a pre-recorded message letting the inmate know that the phone call is being recorded and could be potentially monitored anytime.
And so they're fully aware that statements they make can be used in law enforcement operation or for court proceedings like this one.
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you on in 2018, were
Okay.
you employed in your capacity as an analyst?
No, I was not. I didn't get there till 2019.
Okay, and in 2019, you assumed the responsibilities of this division.
Yes, I did.
Was this system already in place at that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive training to learn how to oversee the system?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware with the name Juan David Ortiz?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
He's sitting right over there with his two attorneys.
You have an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's wearing a black and color suit with a blue and color tie.
Now, currently, is he an inmate there at Webb County Jail?
He was released, I believe, October 17 of 2022.
When you say release, that means that he was moved from Webb County custody to
To
Bexar
it.
County.
Yes, sir.
Because we are here in Bexar County.
Exactly.
Okay, so he left your custody.
Exactly.
Approximately how long was he in Webb County's custody?
Approximately 4 years.
And during those 4 years, did he have a calling card?
Yes, he did.
Did he have a PIN?
Yes, he did.
Did he have a code?
Yes, he did.
And did he make phone calls
Yes, he did.
from the Webb County Jail?
Yes.
Did he call family?
Yes.
Did he call his attorneys
Yes.
and other people
Yes.
or relatives? Have you had the occasion using this system? What's the system called again?
IT Solutions.
IT Solutions. Is it a database system, computerized system?
Yes.
If you had an opportunity to listen to phone calls by Juan David Ortiz,
Yes.
in preparation for this case, were you able to examine, listen to phone calls that were made from Webb County during the time that he was in custody with Webb County?
Yes.
Coach Arn?
Sarquis, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 238 and ask you if you're familiar with this CD
Yes, I'm familiar.
and how are you familiar with it?
This is the CD that I provided the district attorney's office.
Okay, and are you familiar with the contents of within that CD?
Yes, I am.
And what are the contents?
It's a phone call made by Juan David Ortiz.
Okay, that's all I want to know. So this recording is, as you say, phone calls made by Juan David Ortiz from the Webb County Jail,
Yes.
preserved on your system.
Yes.
Okay, and you've listened to them.
Yes.
Okay, and you prepared this.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 239. What am I handing you?
Same thing, a CD that I provided the district attorney's office.
And what is contained within this CD?
A phone call made by Juan David Ortiz.
And are these phone calls on both 238 and 239, have they been altered or materially changed in any way?
No.
Are they in their original state as the time that when they were recorded and captured during the phone call?
Yes.
Thank you. And at this time, I'm going to tender States 238 and 239 to the defense to get to introduce. Yes, sir. You want to approach?
And from what I'm hearing, it may take a little while, maybe up to an hour, so just to warn you. I will again advise you not to discuss the facts of the case or watch any news accounts or read any articles about this case. Can you please address this?
All right, for the jury.
You may be seated. There was an objection to predicate, so I don't know if you want to get into the predicate questions before the board diary, because you did object to the proper predicate.
Oh, yeah, check it.
But she had mute him recently, is what I heard him say at the bench.
I believe I did establish the proper predicate, but I will once again ask you the predicate questions. I showed you 238 and 239. Are you familiar with these CDs?
Yes.
Let's talk about 238. Are you the custodian of this CD?
Yes.
And what does this CD contain?
That contains a phone call of Juan David Ortiz. That one is approximately November 6th, November 7th of 2018.
And this is kept in your system?
Yes.
What is your system?
IC Solutions.
Okay, now this particular State Exhibit 238, have you listened to it
Yes, I did.
in its entirety?
Yes.
Has it been materially altered, changed, or modified in any way?
No.
And it's exactly how it was recorded on November the 6th or 7th of 2018,
Yes, sir.
and been preserved in your system since then.
Yes.
And you tendered this to the district attorney's office.
Yes, sir.
Please tell the court if when we play this,
Mhm.
what is it that the court is going to hear?
The court is going to hear Juan David Ortiz being concerned about a statement he made, and he wants to ask his lawyer to please suppress it.
Besides that, is there anything?
He does a regular family call, and he talks with his mom and tells her about that he's concerned about a statement he made, and that he asked his attorney if he could please suppress that sentence or the statement he made.
So in essence, he regrets making the statement,
Right.
which was his confession.
Yes.
And this is approximately a month after he was arrested, right?
Right.
More or less.
And just for clarification for my purposes, when you say he's telling someone else that he's going to ask his attorney to suppress it, or is it a conversation with his attorney?
No, it's a conversation with his mom or his family members, and he tells his mom that he's concerned about the statement he made, and he asked his lawyers if he could please suppress that statement. Yes, sir.
So, just for clarification for the record, he's not talking to his lawyer.
No,
If he was talking to his lawyer, would you be recording it?
no, we cannot listen to attorney privilege calls.
So that's 238.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let's move into 239. Same questions. Tell me about this DVD. Are you familiar with it?
Yes, I am.
Was it created by yourself?
Yes.
And it was through your system,
Yes, IC Solutions.
IC Solution.
Mhm.
And it contains a recording.
Yes, sir.
When was this recording made?
That one was made approximately July 10th of 2018. 2020, excuse me.
2018 or 2020?
2020.
And has his conversation during that time, who was he speaking with on this recording?
He was speaking to his kids, and then he speaks to his wife.
When he speaks to his wife, what is he telling his wife?
Well, they're talking about court proceedings, and he goes on by talking about a book, and then towards the very end, he challenges whoever's listening to the phone call by saying that he's not suicidal.
Okay, if you recall, to your best of your recollection, and you listened to this, right?
Yes, sir.
When was the last time you heard this?
Last night.
Okay. How does he challenge the listener? The listener means somebody like you, right?
Right, the analyst.
The analyst. And what is he telling the analyst?
That if you hear the whole conversation, he is not suicidal, I am not suicidal.
He said, if you're listening to me, I am not suicidal.
Yes, sir.
I repeat, I am not suicidal.
Yes, sir.
Does he say anything else that's like relevant for law enforcement?
Just the fact that he was reading a book.
What's the significance of the book in his mind?
He is comparing his case to the case of Casey Anthony that occurred in Florida.
And that's it.
Yes, sir.
And does this CD, has it been modified, changed, altered in any way?
No.
Does it contain that recording in its entirety?
Yes.
And how long is this recording?
Approximately 30 minutes.
Okay, and 239, how long is 239?
Approximately 30 minutes.
In any of these recordings, does he discuss other crimes, offenses, drug use, anything incriminating?
No. No.
I don't, again, we move to.
Yes, Mr. Petty, you want to take this over there?
So,
Yes.
Boy, that is, with regards to, it'll be the 238. Now, when you testify right now that Mr. Ortiz is speaking to his mother, you don't know that from your own personal knowledge. You don't know his mother personally.
No.
Okay. So let's say his aunt had called.
Okay.
Okay, and she's pretending to be her mother. Right now, you'd be testifying the call was with his mother.
I'm just gonna object to the characterization, and can't call in, right? People can't call in.
No.
Well,
He has to call.
I understand that. Okay, that's fine. He makes the call.
Okay.
But if the person on the other end was his aunt, which pretends to be the mother, right now you'd be testifying he was speaking to his mother, right?
No, because you can tell who the inmate is speaking to.
No, do you know his mother? Do you know her voice?
After listening to someone for 4 years, yes.
No. Do you personally know her voice, is what I'm saying. If a woman came in right now and started speaking, would you be able to, are you a voice recognition expert?
No, I'm not an expert.
So you don't know her mother personally, so you don't know the voice of his mother, right?
Right.
Okay. And the same thing applies over here. You don't know his wife personally.
No.
You lack personal knowledge of how his wife's voice sounds like. You're only testifying that he was talking to his wife because that's what's said on the recording. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right, and the context of the call as well.
Either way. So that's our objection, Your Honor, that he lacks personal knowledge of the individuals on the recording, and therefore it's not admissible. Before it's admissible, she needs to be able to identify the voices herein from her own personal knowledge and not from what she heard.
If I can just ask her a couple more questions. Do you recognize Juan David Ortiz's voice on the recording?
Yes.
Does he identify the person that he's talking to while on the recording?
Yes, either by saying mom or babe or chipmunk, whatever.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you familiar with his wife's name?
Yes.
And what is her name?
Daniela Ortiz.
Okay. And like you just started to explain, you've been listening to he lived there in your jail for almost 4 years.
Yes, sir.
You've become familiar with all his family. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You recognize through his identification, through his own voice,
Yes, sir.
who he's speaking to, correct?
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Petty?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Anything else, please?
Well, we're still objecting to the predicate because it's hearsay to this young lady. So she lacks personal knowledge regardless of what is said. It's still hearsay to her. So that's our objection to the predicate. And then we would object to relevance on those two issues, but we'd ask the court to listen to both outside the process. And then, because even though they're offering them for these two specific areas, there's other items that are discussed in there. And so we still want to, on relevance grounds, for the court to listen to determine the admissibility in particular, because we do have motions on oral statements of the defendant.
Well, that was addressed at the bench conference, and there was a hearing where I believe the hearing was cut short because the defense withdrew a motion. Was that not the motion that was withdrawn?
No, the motion that we withdrew, and let me refresh my memory. We were talking about
It was supposed to be jail calls, I remember, and at least that was an issue that was brought up, or is that not the motion? Go ahead, Mr. Allen.
And he requested to reopen the Jackson Deno.
Yes.
He requested to reopen the motion to suppress his confession because of some new evidence that they were going to produce. That Mr. Ortiz, during the time of his arrest at the Ava Hotel, had, between there and the jail, had requested an attorney. When we indicated and met and revealed that we had everything recorded, including the November 7th phone call that we were going to play, where he's talking to his mother, saying, "I regret my statements," they withdrew their request to reopen that hearing. This is not a surprise.
No, it had nothing to do with the jail calls. He wasn't, well, without disclosing attorney-client privilege, our contention was that at the time, during transport, Mr. Ortiz had requested a lawyer. If you recall, Mr. Alanisa's contention at the time was he had a recording all the way through, and so therefore, we withdrew our motion on that issue only. Nothing to do with jail calls.
But there was a discussion about additional witnesses at that hearing that were not going to be needed because of the fact that because of withdrawing that motion. It's what I'm recalling. So in any event, so you want me to hear or listen to the
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, each one is 30 minutes long.
When I'm edited, no, I tell you, I mean, we're entitled to relevance.
So and for the record, just to address the defense conference, the defense has received these CDs. Obviously, you listened to them based on what you're arguing, right?
Yes, Your Honor. However, when the defense files a motion and says, look, let's say a defendant made 20 statements along the line, and we file a motion and say, let's have a pretrial hearing and tell us what oral statements you intend to offer. And they say these 5, but not 6 through 20. We're entitled to rely on that representation. We filed a motion saying, produce.
But right now, you want the court to listen to the CDs. Is there a specific language based on what you've listened to that you are asking the court to eliminate out or to redact, or what is it?
Well, yes. If the relevance is these 2 particular tidbits, yeah, to redact them. All this other chatter, I mean, wouldn't be relevant.
Are you able to do that?
Sorry.
Is that all you're asking?
Your Honor, the dilemma we have is that the defense made his mental status, his mental state, an issue. Listening to his conversations, his orientation as to time, as to place, as to issues that are going on, real time, global issues at home, issues revolving his case, strategy that he has, opinions that he has.
You're saying it's relevant based on all that?
It's all relevant. It's all relevant. And it's certainly it's enlightening. It's relevant. It's helpful for the jury as one of their issues.
Well, if the defense wants me to listen to it, then I guess I'll listen to it and then make a call.
Your Honor, all the contentions that we've made regarding his mental state, we've not discussed anything past September the 15th of 28. Everything we've discussed regarding the defendant's mental state is pre-September 15th, 2018. I haven't heard any one of us say anything, and then in December of 2018, he was all wacko or whatever. So therefore, them offering it to show that he has a mental
There's nothing
state.
to rebut, you're saying, at this point.
Yeah, we didn't bring it up.
Well, I would disagree with that because during we made it an issue with Calderon and with the Ranger about the crisis affecting the memory, that it was a blackout, that he couldn't remember many of these offenses, and it goes to that. It goes back to the time in question. Listening to the best evidence, as counsel likes to say, these CDs are the best evidence.
Well, again, Your Honor, I would say to the court that everything we contended is September 15th of 2018 and pre. No one said anything on our side post, and these are post. So therefore, they're not relevant, and they're trying to rebut something that we didn't bring up.
Your Honor, we agree with counsel on this aspect, that the court listen to both recordings and decide what's relevant.
That's what we're asking, Your Honor.
Well, do you want me to listen to them here in open court, or do you want me to listen to them on my own? And,
We would be okay with you listening in chambers, Your Honor.
We'd be okay with you listening to here.
Well, if there's no objection from the defense, I'll listen to the chambers. The defense has already listened to them.
Yeah, well,
not the,
not be specific, Your Honor.
Well, then-
There's a lot of recording.
we understand the testimony, but we have not been given the opportunity to listen to those particular exhibits.
They had them in
Excuse me,
discovery,
Judge, we're talking about the ones that are being offered right now, not other copies.
You want to make sure it's the same thing you previously listened to. That's what you're saying. You don't know it, but you previously were provided.
Well, you know, it's not that I don't trust the
But
witness,
but that's what you're saying.
but I don't know what's on those CDs.
Yes. All right. Well then, you want to play them?
yes, Your Honor. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Play
We play them here, Your Honor?
238.
Play it. 238. Okay, well, let's take 239 minutes. Let's take chronology.
Your Honor, for the record, we will be playing State Exhibit 239 first.
This is the November.
This is the,
Let me do this also for our court, the benefit of my court reporter. So they'll be introduced either as court exhibits or trial exhibits. So they're going to be part of the record, so that doesn't have to be a transcription of it as it's playing.
We don't have a problem with that.
So it'll be available there if it becomes necessary.
You're
Yeah.
talking about admitting him for this hearing.
I'm saying they'll be admitted. They'll be at a minimum. They're going to be court exhibits that'll be just in the record.
Okay.
So
So
she
that
won't be
so she doesn't have to be because she may have to pause if she didn't hear something. But it'll be available there for the record.
Thank you.
And I'll make a decision on your objections on the predicate as to whether or not they become trial exhibits.
Right.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, this is November 6, 2018, State Exhibit 239.
So you're saying 239 first. You're playing 239 first?
Correction.
Okay.
Number 372109 in the ID 0005493 date 2018 11/6 time 193427 dial number 19565453486 from station 7113. The time is 7:34 p.m. To speak to a PREA coordinator, press 9-1 after this message. Please enter your PIN number followed by the pound sign. After the tone, please say United States of America.
United States of America.
After the tone, please say again United States of America.
United States of America.
Press 0 to make a prepaid collect call or speed dial call. Press 1 to make a debit call. Press 2 to transfer funds from one card to another. Press 1 to make a call. Please enter your calling card number followed by the pound sign. You entered an invalid calling card PIN number. Please enter your calling card number followed by the pound sign. Your account balance is $10. For calls within the United States, Canada, and the Caribbean, please enter the area code, prefix, and number. To make it international, your account balance is $10. The cost of this call will be 25 cents. cents for the first minute and 25 cents for each additional minute, excluding taxes and other applicable fees. The time limit is 30 minutes. You have a call at no expense to you from an inmate at Web. This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking. Hey. ¿Qué onda? I'm home, baby. Ahora te me estás imaginando cosas. Nada, I'm home. I'm home. I'm home. Huh? I spoke with people. They understand a little pathetic toy that she keeps here at home. Y la otra está contando todo mal, pero está contando muy bien. Al estar en el cuarto, yo me vine para acá. Ella ve Netflix de pues kids shows y pues no me gusta o me aburro si me vengo para acá. Y los chiquitos usually follow me. So, how are you? Yeah.
And then, kind of stuck thinking about the whole slap when I work out the whole hour. Getting out. So.
And they gave you a towel or no?
So, for hours and hours, I was just on that thing. And I finally said, screw this shit. So I showered and I used my towel to dry myself. And then I hung the towel and I was just covered with a blanket.
Well, why do I give you a towel?
Someone that shows they wash, they have to be washing, you know what I mean? They don't have to be washing.
Oh my god, dude. So, I thought they were giving you like a tiny one, so there's no risk of, hanging yourself or whatever.
That's a real towel. So.
I just, so.
So stupid. I should, like, if I really want to do it with a blanket or with a gown, I mean, what the hell?
But it just says the same thing. Oh my god.
But yeah.
Oh well. No, pues está bien. You got creative. Ni modo, you have to work with what you have. Other than that, you're good. Sí, también. El lunes, amor, es un lunes que voy a ir, el 19. So, no es este Monday el que tiran. Va a ser el lunes porque quiero ir a ver al abogado y pues that's the day that he was available.
He says for like 15, maybe 20 minutes. Sometimes a week.
Okay.
Talk for a long time.
Okay. Pues sí, baby, pero pues no, I guess next time I'll visit you on an actual Saturday. No me dijeron time, bueno, pues tú sabes cómo son. Pero pues, a ver qué pasa. What? What, baby? What?
A long time. I think I turned it in like 45 minutes. My mom and my sister, my long ass time.
pues sí, como quiera que sea, what was I gonna say? Pues I'll go another day morning, like an actual weekend. Pues Dios, tú sabes, sí. Pues más que nada, I need to pick up your files que le dejé. Y pues más que nada tu mamá no se quería ir. And I want to go too. Like it's just getting close to the indictment. Just to get a status, of what he's been working on and stuff like that. Just I mean, I'm pretty sure there's not much, but pues como que no. Alrighty. I got your letter. La más impressive one. I love you. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah. And you're fine. I mean, we're gonna be okay. You know. I'm thinking anyway, I got the gift. It's cute. I liked it.
It's like a real gold, right?
I'm more. It's real gold. Okay, 14 karat gold. Okay. Anyway, ¿quieres hablar con Viviana? ¿Ves Viviana? Hi.
What are you doing?
Playing with the ball?
You're playing with the ball. I thought you were playing numbers.
I did.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
I go to all the way 100.
You go all the way to 100? Wow.
Yeah, like not in order, but
I'm so happy that man. You go all the way to 100.
Okay, hold on. Before you go, I'll put him on my bed. You have to talk to Daddy. Hold on, because she's not done with none. Hold on.
Hello?
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Yeah.
She speaks here, pero es que Alexandra está having a meltdown over there. You were talking to Vivian.
Okay.
Hold on. Porque Alexandra gets her panties on in a bunch because she can't stir herself one. Hold on. Alexandra, hold on. Are you there?
I'm not talking to anybody.
And I told you to hold on. That's what I said. Stand up, Blackie. Hi. Hello, Gilbert. I did. I feel.
So, we go to school?
Yes.
Okay, my God. So, what are you doing at school?
Oh, that isn't David. Hello.
Hi, Andrew. How are you?
Good.
I love you.
Don't do that.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So, what are you doing?
Good.
You playing with your toys?
No, I playing the ball.
Oh, are you playing with that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Bye.
You're a good boy.
Bye. Ready?
We're working, baby.
As for, making, hasta teaching, to. I heard you bought me the gift, but I don't know what it is.
No,
I know.
you're gonna like it myself.
Okay.
I love you, baby. I love you so much.
Okay.
Baby, remember when my beard used to grow? You used to come inside.
Yes.
I love you, my husband.
I like it.
Hello?
Okay. Yes?
Love you, baby.
Thank you. Alright. Anyway, sí. Está bien. Alright, okay. One. Anyway, ahora que estás reading. You didn't start another book?
I'm going to, I guess I'll give Ezekiel another try, even though I tried it in the past and I really wasn't into it, but I guess since now I pay real close attention to the first few verses of the prophets, because that's when they tell you the time frame. I guess Ezekiel was a prophet during exile, after they were kicked out of Israel and Jerusalem and Judah. So, I guess...
Okay. Está bien. ¿Y los libros, like regular books?
Yeah, I've been reading that, but el de oración sí está bueno. I'm reading los que mandó Cindy, that was good. And I'm reading those que mandó Cindy que a Purpose Filled Life. It's not right, dude, but it's like for, like, dude, I'm like pregnant. You know, like, so, I don't know.
Or maybe, yeah, I guess. It's good. For some, even if it's a distraction. Yeah.
It's kind of weird lately. I'm on, like, so.
Okay.
I have no idea what's going to happen with me, so. I say with us, because it is us, like, our family.
Yeah.
So.
They get along. I mean, the future? Babe. Well, don't focus on, unfortunately, the situation that, we're at the separation. No. I mean, you're still providing for them. You are. It's just, hopefully that doesn't stop their disability. I mean, they're still supporting them. They still call them. They still, you write them, and they love that. I mean, dentro de la situación que estamos, with your capabilities, you're doing what you can do. But to me, you wouldn't, if you wouldn't call, or you wouldn't care to talk to them, or you wouldn't care to write them. Entonces sí, ¿verdad? Porque that would be messed up. Pero you're very limited. So even within your limitations, you can only do so much, and you're doing all that you can, given the situation that you are. So, ¿qué, mi amor?
I wanted to get it.
No, pues yo sé, mi amor, dog. Ve hace poco, ve.
Is that the way you can print out and just keep it at 8 records so that they can see Cuando I put shaving cream on David Acker, we both had shaving cream.
Oh, yeah. That picture.
I think that's a good picture.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to look for it. You forwarded to me, right? I don't remember.
I forwarded you and then you forwarded this some shit. So.
Well, see, that's fine. So, I mean, yes, baby, yeah. I know nobody wants to be in jail, like, no one. Pero no, tú estás tranquilo de que, first of all, los niños, yes, they miss you, yes. Pero you're still calm, so you're very present. Like I said, you're doing everything you can. Y obviamente, I never, ever, would speak negative about you or anything like that. So, you're fine. What? Yo creo en Dios. Creo de que Dios has, oh my gosh, so much power, and the snap of the finger, if you want something to happen, it will happen. Now, the thing is what is what we don't know. Pero de que puede pasar, oh hell yeah. I mean, my gosh, you see it over and over in the Bible, how he says, and even in the Bible it says, that he has power over all the nations. I mean, literally, he takes control over everything. Yeah, Mama. Yes.
So we all have the hope, right?
We have what, baby?
Hope.
Oh yeah. When I pray to God and I tell him, you are my hope. Like, we are our hope. You are our strength. You are our hope. Like, that's all we have. And at the end of the day, this is how I feel, and this is what I tell God. Like, our purpose in life, first and foremost, is to worship Him and to praise Him. Then the other stuff come into play. And my goal is at the very end, like the light at the end of my tunnel is when I am with Him for eternity. So yo sé, mi amor, que Él puede hacer lo que es imposible para uno, Él lo puede hacer. I mean, He literally controls the whole world.
I want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
No, sí, mi amor. I have faith.
We're not on the same page. Then I don't see the point of going through the whole process. So.
¿De qué, mi amor? The trial.
But if we're all on the same page, then okay. I'm very concerned over the statement that was made. I already have concern to some precedent. And I don't think you were going to try to.
Sí, mi amor.
You los investigators, the confession.
Where are you getting this from? Oh, you're gonna.
¿Cómo pasó?
Ok.
Y hubo algunas cosas que no
No.
I need to talk to the attorney.
Ok. No. Por eso quieren volver a hablar con él y yo le puedo decir eso. Pero pues por eso, mi amor, él quiere ver todo, o sea, él quiere ver la entrevista. Y luego ella puede. Pero mira, mi amor, pero I can put it up. Pero yo, independientemente de todo esto, like, we're on the same page. Like, even if, with the whole ordeal, with the whole, like, just the whole picture, God can work something. Yes, I do believe that. That He can move. He can move the cards however He wants them to move to work for your good, or at his will. Whenever his will, he can make it happen. I'm not going to do it. So, so that's what I'm referring to, baby. Regardless of what your situation is or how, apparently it is, and with all the decks on the card, on the table, I mean, God can do something if you please. Yes.
Make sure we're on the same page.
You also believe that?
Yes, I do believe it. I just don't want to be the only one that believes it.
I know, mi amor. No, we all do.
When I read the Bible, I read certain passages that I think God's talking to me, and so I don't know. But last few days have been weird no more. Like yesterday, I felt like weird, like God wasn't with me, and then today I had like this fucking whatever's gonna happen's gonna happen type of attitude, and like I don't know, like.
But it's normal, amor, that of course, I mean, I know, but es que es la misma, I mean, hello, we're human, we're la carne, like it makes us doubt, it makes us, have all these feelings, and God knows that. I mean, yeah, that's the whole purpose why He sent Jesus Christ in the first place as a sacrifice, because He knows all the challenges and conflicts that as a human we face. So, sí, mi amor, es normal. It's normal to doubt, yes, because I think that's just natural. I've even doubted myself, but then we just need to refocus on God and what He can do. It's just whether, como te digo, es nomás que todo sea en su tiempo y en la voluntad de Él. Y I hope for the best, and that's it. That's it. Pues también tú, baby, I mean, just seeing things on TV, I mean, prostitution's gonna, be ugly and paint you this horrible.
I don't know. I mean, I'm both good, and we all have the same hope that there is a miracle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Pero pues yo creo que tú mentally is just, prepared for that too.
But there's going to be some very bad things that are I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here.
No, I know, babe. I mean, I know. I mean, we're going to have to cross that bridge whenever we cross that bridge. Pero sí, o sea, yo tampoco quiero que, o sea, como te digo, God's timing is perfect. So when we see a miracle, it may not be right after the trial. It may be, in years from now. You know what I mean? Like, I just want you to have an open mind too. ¿Sí me explico? Or no? I don't want you to.
I don't want to.
You're saying no. No. I love you. No, no, o sea, you know what I mean. Just like, I love you, Christine. It's tough. Definitely tough. But, I mean, yo lo que quisiera es que ya fuera rápido todo lo de eso, pero pues, ya está. No, I know it is, pero como quieras.
Pero no está el comentario que me dijo the one time when we went to court, que he wants me to get indicted and get charged with capital, que porque he can't do anything until then. He says que the court won't give him money to defend me, and he needs money because he needs experts and he needs to talk to people that will be able to provide an expert opinion. So he can't do any of that shit until he has money. So I'm like, oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord. Yeah. Well, I mean, hopefully it's the first week of December, not an indictment. Pero when? No, what? Huh? 25 minutes? I'm sorry. But how come you didn't call me through my heart? No. No, it just happened. The conversation, whether it goes a certain direction or it doesn't. My direction, but okay, sure. It's gonna be 8. Pero okay.
The phone away, they gave it to us like 45 minutes ago. Like, the other guy used the phone, and then as soon as it was done, I got it. And then about like 12 minutes just to connect.
Yeah. No. So anyway, yeah. But more and more, this whole situation is horrible. There's no other way to say it. It's horrible. It's horrible, but we all love you. We all love you, and we know who you are, and we know who we serve as our Creator, and yeah, that's all we can do is hope.
Anyway, I know you done that. There's articles here on our release or whatever.
No, nada, por eso también quiero preguntarle al Señor en qué quedó eso. No sé. El Señor no lo sé, por eso, porque me quiero ir a verlo y a ver qué nos dice.
No, that comment. You can't do anything until I get indicted. And you can't really get any money whatsoever until I get charged, specifically with capital. Get lots of people. Get prosecutor doesn't want to say anything. Right, okay, the exact words were he's gonna keep up the public pressure. So
who's gonna case?
Get me my point out of the candle. Y dijo que hasta que no lo ponga el candle, no tiene dinero. He made it seem was not a kind of weird. Like you won't get money on this capital. Okay.
Okay. I don't know. I guess we need to clarify that.
Pero usted se lo dijimos, no se la dije, o maybe I misunderstood, I don't know.
No, yo sé. What is it?
Don't tell my mom, she'll have a hard time.
No, I won't. I won't, pero como quiera, o sea, no, I mean, I don't want them to charge you with that. Like, what the hell? I mean, no, I don't care, no, I hope not. I really hope not. Like, I hope they have enough to base it on that it is that. Now, 1 minute remaining. Enough, evidence or whatever to charge you with capital. You know what I mean? That? Well, you said. I know. But
I mean, what do you think?
Bueno, no, I don't want to talk to that but pero yeah, but well, ya ni modo. We just need to wait a ver qué onda. Bueno, a la digo que ya sé que se va a cortar, queda nomás un minuto. Sí, ya salió hace como 30 seconds.
Thank you for using IT Solutions. Goodbye.
Ms. Sarquis, I just want to clarify one misunderstanding that I had. The actual conversation regarding that we just heard on 239. On 239, this conversation is between who?
The wife and Juan David Ortiz. Daniela Ortiz and Juan David Ortiz.
It's not the mother.
No.
Okay, so I was mistaken when I said this phone call was between Daniela Ortiz, his wife, and
Juan David Ortiz.
And you can also verify the phone number. Are you familiar with the phone number that he's calling?
Yes, it's a 956-516, something like that.
Who does that number belong to?
That belongs to Daniela Ortiz.
If I may, Ms. Please, what was the date of this call?
That call was made September 10, 2018.
We're talking about 239.
Oh, excuse me, it was November 6, 2018.
The phone number that was on that was 545-3486.
545.
That's what it said at the beginning of the CD.
I'm not sure. I'll have to hear it again.
November 6, 2018, 7:34 p.m. The 1956-545-3486 is the number.
I would just, for clarification, do you have your notes?
I don't have my notes with me.
Do you have access to the phone number he was calling?
Yes,
Where are those?
in my notes,
And where are your notes?
in the witness room.
But that number that the judge just comes out in the beginning.
Yes.
What number was that again?
What I wrote down was 545, well, 1956-545-3486 is what. And I heard the date that you just mentioned, 11/6, 2018, and also said 7:34 p.m.
Is that number her?
And I wrote it down because I thought that might be an issue as to.
Well, I want to. Would your notes help you?
Yes.
Verify that that's in fact Daniela?
Yes. I know that the mother's phone number starts with a 210 and Daniela's is a 956.
So your notes are in the witness room?
Yes.
How do you want to? What color are your notes?
Yes, it's pink. Captain Calderon should have it.
No, it's like yeah, it's one of the things.
Yeah, approach, Sean.
Thank you. Yes, it is the 956-545-3486.
And whose phone number is that?
That is Daniela Ortiz's phone number.
The wife.
Yes.
That was her voice,
Yes.
not the mother.
No.
That's good.
May I just review?
Of course.
That's very briefly.
This is, sorry.
Okay, and just very briefly.
Yes.
And on exhibit 239, where is the number that you're referring to? You can show it to me.
Yes, of course. Yes. So this one would be the first one.
Okay.
Right here. That's the phone number. And then this would be the second one. The 20.
Okay.
The same phone number.
And then, but from your notes, these papers, are these something that you generated or the system automatically kicked
The
out?
system automatically generated.
Okay. And just to confirm, what is the number that was called on State's Exhibit 239? Can you just read it out loud?
Yes. 956-545-3486.
Okay. And when you say that that number belongs to Daniela Ortiz, how do you know that?
So on our system, we have the reverse phone lookup. And if she's registered, I'm not really sure how that works, but sometimes the actual register of the phone comes up. And hers came up to Daniela Ortiz.
And this one, you specifically have personal knowledge that that name came up with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
I have no further questions of this anymore.
On that issue.
On that 239.
So you also have 238, or is this the only one you're offering?
No, I also have 238. I'd like to do the same thing,
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead, let's do 238 and then we'll.
Do you have any, before we take 238, where was the phone call made? On September of 2020. The one we're gonna
Yes.
listen to now, where was that phone call made?
When it was made July? Yes, 10th of 2020.
Okay, July 10th.
Yes.
From who to who?
It was from Juan David Ortiz to, again, his wife, Daniela Ortiz, using the same phone number. Yes, sir.
Registered in your system.
Yes. The 956-545-3486.
And this is also you listen to this, right?
Yes.
And he's discussing the legal proceedings.
Yes.
Comparing his case.
To a case of Casey Anthony. And then just speaks about how he's not suicidal and challenges the listeners.
Can you repeat that?
Yes, he challenged the listeners that he's not suicidal. Yes.
03216. Inmate ID 0005493. Date 2027. 10 times 18095. Dial number 19565453486 from station 6110. Press 1 for English. The time is 6:09 p.m. To speak to a PREA coordinator, press 9-1 after this message. Please enter your PIN number followed by the pound sign. After say United States of America.
United States of America.
Press 0 to make a prepaid for calls within the United States, Canada, and the Caribbean. Please enter the area code, prefix, and number. Hello, you have a prepaid call from. Call is recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. Thank you for using IT. You may begin speaking.
Yeah.
Girl,
Hi. Good.
what is it you and kids
I'm just tired. Mommy, I want to be one of girls. I know, I don't want to be a doctor, Daddy.
Oh, you promised me, baby.
I know, but I choose when I remember?
You want to be now?
I'm gonna be a chef.
Chef?
Yes.
Promise that. Promise.
Hey, Daddy, I still don't know. I still have a long time until I'm big.
I remember. Fine, fine.
Yeah. Sigmund wants to be a beeper. He told me. Vienna.
The chipmunk?
Yeah. But they were going to do some cookout.
My God.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still gonna call you doctor.
Okay, that's fine.
So, how's Daniela doing?
What?
How's Daniela doing?
She's going to lot of work.
How about,
Lots of crying was going good.
how about Israel?
It's getting better.
Getting better?
Yeah, because he loses it. And that's
No, don't he can still get money back.
yeah, Mommy told us that.
Don't let him hit you. He's just gonna fight back.
Okay. Okay.
My pressure.
Mm-hmm. I love you. How's your day?
Fine, but for some reason my stomach hurts. I don't know why.
Maybe you should take some medicine.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe you. Well, what did you eat for lunch?
For lunch I ate chicken, and then I ate ice cream, and my belly started hurting.
Yeah. For the chicken, might be good, but the ice cream, probably made your belly hurt. Okay. What? You are fine? It's okay. Some people get really gassy. I love you too, but it's okay because Viviana gets really gassy every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
I love you. Bye. Yeah. Hi, Daddy.
Hi, my beautiful chipmunk. So you want to be a baker?
Yeah. A runner and a baker and a doctor.
Okay. Like Dr. Nana?
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Dr. Nana?
No. Oh, sure. Yeah.
Or Dr. Chipmunk?
Oh, okay. Sure.
Okay, Oh, 99 minutes? I love you, baby.
You too.
What are you guys doing?
Well, I'm just dancing.
Oh, you're dancing?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I love you. You're my precious.
I love you too. Bye. I'm today.
Say hello to your father.
Hi, Daddy.
Andrew.
Yes, dear. Where's my bird?
There you go.
Yeah.
So, what are you going to do when you grow up?
I'm gonna be a chef, and I'm gonna make a mommy a cookout.
Oh, you're going to do a cookout?
Yeah.
Like one
Like,
thing?
yeah.
Cool, man.
And bye.
Hello.
Mm.
What's so big? Porque estás...
Good kid. So I guess they talk about how to being a doctor?
I'm not. I've never been the type to talk anybody out of anything. What I've always told them is you do what you want. And as you get older, you'll be inclined to do certain things. And yeah, I don't talk anybody out of it. Like Nana wants to be a doctor. Sure, but that's all her. You know what I mean? But she's funny because she's like, okay, Mom, so I'm going to be a runner, I'm going to be a doctor, and I'm going to be a baker. So she's all well versed. But I mean, it's different. I don't talk to them. Whoever wants to teach it, I'll back them up. So how's your day? ¿Qué te voy a amor?
The door tells me if they can get the trash out.
I think she said that you work out again?
No, I've been reading again. I picked up a bad number of weeks at the KSAT.
Why? Don't tell me because the girl told you to do that on her list.
No, because, well, it's just, when I read that book, it reminds me of how these stupid ass people have handled my case. That's something last thing I've always really used, which is the same thing they did with that chick. The jail was leaking information, which is the same thing they've done with me. How the district attorney is in love with the media, of all the attention and interview that he's done for my case. So, just reading that book, I'm like, I'm almost a lot like the way to handle the cases. You know what I'm saying? So,
I guess.
I'm off with the lady. She just said, can I get black girl with a bunch of hair? And then she put that she's once again back in school, which is, she goes to school a lot, to be a nursing home administrator. And she put that she got a scholarship at State University, it's only 5 classes. It gets a lot of crap. People can match anybody can do that. I'm like, all right, what? And then
No, those are getting hired. You need a nursing background, but okay.
well, that, and then she put the thing, phone number, and PO box. I'm still waiting for you to write me someday. Hit up with Mr. Bennett. Did an awesome job. He did damn good. I guess she was, but you can take them.
My license.
She said Mr. Bettis did an awesome job. He's a champ, good. Just a little, all little things he posts and stuff like that. And, other than that, all the stuff was, I got a letter from CD today.
Pues está bien. Whatever rocks the boat.
Oh, well, then I remember, you remember one of the last times she sent me a letter back in December where she said the back attorney was interested in my case? I lost that one. Did you answer me?
Whatever. Mom, or whatever. I'm not going to make any comments. Because not that I'm questioning whether he's a good attorney or not, whether I believe her, but whether yes, that's even true. Because based on how supuestamente she lied about what she had originally said. According to you, she lied about that. So, unless she didn't, then you're lying to me. About the very initial thing that she had written to your attorney. Huh?
No, she wrote to my attorney.
Yeah, o de que tú te querías suicidar, si ella dejaba y que no sé.
Okay, that is the first time you ever told me to.
Yeah, de que you, maybe not in those words, but she did say that if she would have stopped talking to you, that you would kill yourself, and you would just get into depression, y que no sé qué, y que she would stop talking to you because she feared for your life, basically. So, no, pues no sé. Por eso te digo, that por eso digo, if you want to believe her and everything she says, that's fine, right? Pero according to you, that's a lie, so then no.
No, I'm suicidal. I want to commit suicide. So a lot of fucking God, I hope that people don't put me in suicide conversation over here. If there's another inmate,
Or they listen to the whole conversation, they shouldn't make that deduction because they listen and rewind to the whole conversation.
So no, whatever you're listening, I'm not suicidal. Good, fine, well, I'm not suicidal. I'm not even the one that mentioned that word in this phone conversation. So whoever's listening, please,
I'm referring to a very, very old conversation in the first place, and yes, it's not coming from you. No.
Just clarify that. Okay, I won't start checking them out here. Look, we get on in for a conversation. Yeah, there's a small part. So.
Go down.
Like, you've been very...
No, I'm not, and don't blame it on that. I'm having a regular conversation with you. I'm just basing it on that I think you put too much credibility on this lady and what she said when...
I was reading a book. That's all I said.
No, you said that que supuestamente ella dijo que el lawyer de ese book o esa mujer del libro que directamente estaba interesado en tu caso.
Well,
that's what I'm referring to.
Never ever entered contact with her. I don't know, whatever. So.
I'm not making an attitude. I'm just recalcando que tú le quieres creer todo. I'm
not reading her and I'm not called her. That's it.
Okay. So, Christian conversation. On Pennywise, I was supposed to send you a minute, I haven't, so I need to do that this weekend.
Fine, Monday was.
Huh?
I'm fine.
Again. I did. You also have to understand, in a way, my position, which I don't think we do. I don't think we do, and this is fine. Hey, to each his own. I think I am doing the right thing, and I really don't care what people say, to be honest. Pero a veces también, I don't know if you even put yourself in my shoes for a second. Because sometimes huh?
There's nothing I can do about it.
Right. And so, yeah, but it makes me sometimes wonder, is like, wow, was David do this thing that the tables were around or switched? But I guess.
This whole thing started because I told you I was reading this book, and I told you that there's a lot of similarities.
Or maybe because it's the opportunity arose because of that, maybe they, but it's my thought, that thought, or what I'm sharing with you. I mean, it's always been there. Like, opposite.
Well, then, I mean, I was reading a fucking book, and I was telling you a lot of anger. I'm sure it's all this, because when I read this book, they've done a lot of similar cracks with the way they use information to include about you. So, because some fucking reporter put that, again, it's in jail. Yeah, some fuckface from Webb County Jail, for some reason, felt it was important to the media that my wife, the hell I did, in jail. Why wouldn't she? My wife. And then other stuff that I've been reading, I'm like, what the fuck? No wonder these dudes have been lying on their posts. Because they like the media. I'm like, no wonder. It's like, that's where I was coming up with this. And then, how they tell me always, like, be careful. But, like, what I say is, like, when that attorney would go visit that girl in the jail would turn on the intercom. So they would try to hear her telling the girl, you understand?
Yeah. It makes you wonder then, in a way, then maybe that's why your attorney doesn't want to have no conversations with you then.
I think that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, probably it is too.
It's like, I think with the line of questioning that I saw in my last hearing, like, damn, I think they're listening to even what I thought with Elizabeth, because I raised concerns about they shot me with a taser twice. And you should have heard the last hearing. Was the taser used? Yes. Was the deployed? Yes. So, like, come on, like, they knew, like, stuff that I wanted to be brought up. They brought it up first. Like, I was like, hey, I can say, yeah.
Well, so hopefully, we're going don't you get those conversations? Well, you're meeting with her on Tuesday. Try to mention that if maybe it's best not to, or just to keep it very, very high level.
Yeah. So, well, I kind of like brought up the concern that she does the whole case. She's done a lot of research on Zoom and that the encryption of it. It gives you good confidence that they're not like, you know, the Zoom. I'm not like Joe Picks, I'm like, yeah, dude, but like, there's really a camera right in front of me and it gets people to have a microphone. Which, that makes open. I'm not saying that it hacks into the Zoom software. I'm saying that it probably might go.
They have like their own gadgets or whatever.
Yeah. So, but anyway, well, that's what I was referring to. Can you please clarify so the people that are listening, you're not supposed to have?
No, you're not. That's not what I meant. And no, I'm talking about a whole different conversation. So no, you're not.
Oh yeah, that was another lie that they told the news. They could say, oh, I pointed my cell phone. Wow. Okay. It's a movie or something? He gave those opposites show in commercial. You know, I'm all bullshit. I'm all, those actors wanted to shoot me, just so you know. And they were going on about, they were yelling. They were waiting for me to do something. It was to the point where I even said, not moving. You know, I think I need to finally see my respect.
Yeah.
So kind of make them, I don't say down. Stop resisting again. I'm not resisting. I'm not doing anything. Like, so they would become what they wanted.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, it makes you wonder. There's a video.
I'm sure. I won't worry in the year 2020 and then in 2018. I'm sure there is. So, they go down. It's back there with the whole, like himself, like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. One of the news articles, when he came out of the gas station, they thought that he was not armed until the tasers came out. 9 pieces of fucking shit. And I know they're listening. They want to play this phone call. They play it, dude. They're lying. They're fucking lying. They came at me with a rifle and a pistol. That's not a taser. So, I think that. But anyway, I thought I was referring to someone. Somehow he was like, and you've been like this for the last few days, but I don't know. Whatever.
I know. I thought it's about the date, but maybe that's why they just don't want to go. Because they know somehow it's never 100% secure. Or like confidential or whatever.
Yeah, it's just there's so many similarities with the way that she was also arrested by the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department was releasing a lot of stuff to the media. The district attorneys loved all the attention they were getting. And like everything fucking just weird. Like how it all got handled. And these fucking dumb fuck investigator Calderon and Martin Cuellar y el otro pendejo Titolani doing interviews and like, dude, get the fuck out of here, dude. And coincidentally, in that book, he was also an election year. Which he got. Just got reelected too. And I'm not telling you, there's a lot of like striking similarities. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? So,
I don't know, baby. I'm still up for. Don't hear too much on the phone. No, but I'm not talking to me, but you know, it's for the third person listening.
I'm saying that they leaked a lot of information accurate, so there's a lot of lies. Now I know he's lying under oath. So, yeah. All of it, the election year, like this sheriff, like the attorney, like, I'm like, damn, dude. The whole, I'm going out here, wanted me to go to medical, it was like an interview called a captain. Double cut, they did the exact same shit. Same thing. They told her she needed to go medical, y que pues que está médico, hay que hacer cosas, y like, por eso me quedo like, dude.
So they're using the same method across. They use the same method across the board.
The judge was completely biased, and that's how I felt after October 3rd.
Yeah.
This last hearing, I felt a little different because he had a change of attitude. I don't know, because I think
because if it's backed up by law more, there's no way you can, like, you can't, like, you know, go around it. You know what I mean? I thought, yeah.
That, and at the same time, courtroom wasn't packed with a bunch of people, and you know, they had like 10 news camera things, so it was so fun. Okay. So, good time the district attorney was less theatrical, so.
That's true.
Yeah.
You can't put up the show.
Oh, and another reason that I'm like, dude, these people are totally listening. Por todas las cosas que dije, by the way, my title was supervisory order of case. I can't proceed with this part of my case. The Belfast district attorney doesn't even know my title. In the courtroom in front of the judge, she just saying that I was Border Patrol Agent Intel. Number one, he demoted me, and number two, it's a whole different career. Then the fat fuck, Carmelon, he said that I was a intel supervisor. I said, I was not an intel supervisor. They said my title was supervisory border patrol agent. Okay. Told her. Finally, for the first time in 22 fucking months, you know what I mean? No dijo nada de que I was border patrol agent. He said he was an agent working at the Border Intelligence Center. So I'm like, this fucking piece of shit heard what I said. Because finally, he had to looking for him. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's a little too honest. It's a little too honest. But
It's just confirmation for someone
yeah.
to continue, you know, teaching about regular stuff, not about, you know, tell us about your stuff.
So I don't know.
Hello? Hello? Okay, can hear me,
You're the only one.
I don't know. I already told you it's not. Is that what my phone?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to get back on channel with you.
No, that's fine. This is my card. I have to put money. What time is it? Okay. Yeah, you can come in.
At the end of it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's all of States Exhibit 238.
Yes.
that took place on
July 10th of 2020.
July 10th. And you verified the phone number was to his wife, Daniela.
Yes.
And you can identify both voices.
Yes.
And so tell me again, I mean, I made a lot of notes here, listening to it. I know a lot of the conversation, 239 was with children. I would say of 30 minutes, most of the talking, or I guess the person speaking the most was the wife and kids. I did see, I guess, the area that you may have mentioned about that he was concerned about the statement that he wanted his attorney to suppress, that there was no evidence that he gave a lot of detail in that statement. That comes maybe the last 15 minutes of the first exhibit, but everything before that, I don't see any relevance.
Well, the main relevance that we want to focus on is, of course, the statements surrounding the confession.
And so right before that, he says, we're all on the same page, and then he goes into that he's concerned about this, the confession, and that he's going to try and see if they can get it suppressed.
Correct.
Everything before that, again, I listened to it very carefully, and it was really family, the children speaking. I really don't see any relevance in that part. So if you want to redact all that, I'll consider allowing the portion where he says we're on the same page.
We will agree to do
below. Yeah, whatever the number. I didn't take or keep track of the time on that, but I know it was the last, maybe even the last 10 minutes of the audio.
With regard to, we're talking about 239.
239, correct.
And of course, even though you've already stated that checks the predicate number one, and then we reject checks on the
Specifically on the predicate. Tell me what part of the predicate.
This witness can still not identify the voice of Daniela. First, she said it was the wife and the mother, and now we know it's both the wife.
Well, I don't know what. I think the state also said that. I know there was reference to a prior conversation. From what I remember hearing on 238, was your client saying they're basing this on an old conversation I had with my mom. So again, I don't know if that's what the confusion was initially, but they can ask the witness again whether or not. I thought it was clarified that this, both 238 and 239, were a conversation with Daniela Ortiz, who is your client's wife, and they verified it by saying the phone number matched. I won't repeat the number now, but
we did, Your Honor. But I'm just saying that the witness testified that one of the exhibits was with the mother. That's why I asked her, do you know his mother's voice? I just didn't know what the confusion was, but it's been cleared up, Your Honor. But we would still object that she cannot, from her personal knowledge, identify the voice of Daniela Ortiz, and so lack of personal knowledge. So we're attacking the predicate. That's one, Your Honor. The second one is relevance, and you've already pretty much addressed. But I do want to clear something up that even on the motion to suppress discussion, that he's saying that his lawyer, he's concerned about the statement, and his lawyer's going to do that. In November of 2018, we were not his lawyers, Your Honor. And there's a lot of discussion also about the lawyer was going to need more money for experts, and he's going to make more money if he gets charged with capital murder. We were not his lawyers. I got appointed in December of 2018, and I believe Mr. Fuchs got appointed in January of 2019. So all this discussions about lawyers is not us. It's his prior lawyer that the court had appointed. And so
I didn't make any reference as to who the lawyers were in my comment right now.
I want to make sure.
Certainly, my recollection, yes, you were appointed by the court once it was a capital case because you were on the capital case. Yes.
But we agree with the court that everything on 239 is not relevant, and we would even argue that him telling his attorney at the time that he's concerned about the statement and to file a motion to suppress. That's in November the 6th of 2018, which is approximately a month and a half after September the 15th of 2018. So if they're offering it to show a guilt innocence, Your Honor, with this cause of action, which is his guilt or innocence, his state of mind, even that statement on November the 6th of 2018, is not relevant. Because our whole, whatever we talked about the state of mind, has to do with him taking pills and drinking. Now, unless they're going to introduce evidence that at the Webb County Jail he's taking pills and drinking, then maybe it's relevant. But absent that, what does it matter with his state of mind?
Unless I'm missing this, what I'm understanding the relevance being here is that here we are, like you just said, months later, he's still remembering what you said at the time of the time of question.
Correct.
So there's no the issue about blackouts and all these issues that were brought up.
Well, but the blackouts
earlier during the argument
were addressed with pills and drinking. That's where the blackouts discussion comes from, pills and drinking.
Yes, but again, going back to so the whole issue about voluntariness that was brought up, whether or not he was aware of what he was saying at the time, and here we are 2 months later during this phone call, and he's saying, I remember giving details, I'm concerned about that. That's what I'm understanding the relevance argument to be. Not about his state of mind 2 months later, but the fact that he's going back and saying, I remember what I said back in September, and I'm concerned about that, because I gave a lot of detail. That's what I'm hearing as far as relevant.
Well, I would argue that it's not relevant, Your Honor, because at the time that he's giving the statements, he is thinking of taking pills. But regardless, I would argue that it's not relevant. If it is relevant, its forward value is outweighed by its unfair prejudice. It's a confusion of the issues because now he's in custody, and it's introduced only to inflame the minds of the jurors.
And I'll come back to 239, but at 238 again, Mr. Alaniz, you mentioned at the beginning that he was comparing this case to Casey Anthony case based on a book he was reading. I think all the reference was the way, according to the audio to your client's voice, was the way the sheriff's office was handling it, the way the DA's office was handling it, mentioning things that he thought were similar. Even something about going to the medical and then being interviewed. I don't know how that would be relevant. I know that there was some mention by that I heard on the audio that the police wanted him to do something so that they can, I guess, respond. I guess insinuating shoot at him or do something to that effect. He was questioned. He said he was going back to that scene saying, "I said I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting." Something about him reading an article that said that they saw him walking out of the store unarmed, and that that's why they used the tasers. But yet he was making reference, they were actually pointing at me with guns. And, right. So, I don't know what the relevant or which part you're saying is relevant in this CD, Mr. Alaniz. Let me hear from you again, because it's not all. There's a lot that I don't think is relevant. But
okay, so what the state is, what the state considers relevant is the issue that was brought up during opening statements by Mr. Bettis, that he was a broken man at the time. He was suicidal. At 14:45 of this phone call, he says, "I'm not suicidal. I've never been suicidal, for the record. Who's ever listening, I'm not suicidal. Never agreed with being put in isolation for suicidal." At 22:50, he says, "I clarify, I'm not suicidal. Never been suicidal." So when somebody comes into the jail under this type of situation, they put him in solitary. He's going back referencing that he was never suicidal.
But this would be on July 10, 2020.
Correct.
So it's 2 years.
It's 2 years removed. Our argument is that he makes reference to going back to the offense, saying that when it was a lie, that because our interpretation was that by pulling out the phone, if he in fact wanted to commit suicide by cop, him pulling out the phone, he would have gotten shot. So he never did that. He makes reference to, again, at the time of his arrest, situations that occurred during that time that he could have in fact committed suicide, opportunities that he could have jumped off the fourth floor of the parking garage or engaged the police officers who got shot. Our take on this phone call is that he's making the statement that he was not suicidal, that he's never been suicidal even throughout the night
or the morning of September the 15th of 2018.
Well, Your Honor, he didn't say that. I think 2 years later, he even talks, oh, these are the guys, they said something about suicide, they placed them in isolation. I don't want to go to isolation. So he's saying to whoever's listening, in the context of being incarcerated, I'm not suicidal. I've never been suicidal.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I also heard something about there's a third, I don't remember the hearing name, but it was about a third female saying something that she was speaking to the defendant for his life. I guess.
Yeah.
Thinking that he was suicidal.
And
then after that, it said,
it's not, because everything was in the context of like, almost like he's saying, I don't want to go into isolation. I'm not suicidal. It's in the context of incarceration. And so therefore, we don't think it's a...
You know, there's also a lot of Spanish interjected in here, Mr. Alaniz, throughout. Obviously we don't have a translation, I imagine.
Well, that was, I have written here Spanish. On both of them, there's a lot of Spanish here.
What I just said.
And so, I mean, just because some of us are bilingual, we understand it, but we can't, we would have to translate everything. And so, but our objection again is the entirety of 238. It's not relevant. If it is relevant, the probative value is outweighed by its unfair prejudice, the confusion of the issues, or it's designed to inflame the minds of the jury.
Of course, respectfully, we disagree with counsel. We believe that it's relevant. It goes to the issues before the jury, and we can redact those portions that are not relevant. The conversations with the children. We can also focus in 239 on his statements regarding the voluntariness of the confession, that he's concerned about the statements he made, and that starts at 2030. That we're all on the same page. And then on 238, again, we were seeking to introduce the portions that he makes reference to not being suicidal, and everything else surrounding the events that he goes back to of the night of the offense, of the arrest. Of course, the blackouts was something that did become an issue. Whether it was, and again, whether it was self-induced through the mixture of alcohol and pills, the facts and evidence have shown that it was basically a lie from the get-go. He jumped at that opportunity. Both witnesses, Calderon and Salinas, testified that he was lying at the initial first 4 to 5 discs of the confession. Then confronted with the evidence and the facts, he admitted to the truth. He himself revealed that everything regarding the blackouts and the pills and the alcohol was a complete lie. And him talking about it 2 years later is even more proof and evidence that his memory is intact.
All right. Well, okay. What on Exhibit 238, I'm going to sustain the objection. I don't find any relevance within that CD. On 239, I will admit portions and somewhere starting where it says that we're all on the same page. I'm very concerned about the statement. I wanted to suppress it where I said what happened, something along those lines, and then both, I guess, redact everything after that until you get to the point where he says there is no evidence except the confession I went into detail. I don't think there's anything else that's relevant. If the defense wants to add anything based on optional completeness, then you may request so. But I don't think there's anything that, because in between that, it's actually, I think, his wife saying, quoting the Bible and trying to encourage him, keep the faith, God controls everything, things like that. So I don't really think it's relevant.
Well, you're only allowing the part of the statement and the motion to suppress. Is that what you're...
Where he says, I'm concerned about the fact that of what I said. So I want, yeah.
And what about, you're going to keep out, and my lawyer's going to file a motion to suppress to keep it out?
I don't know that needs to be added.
If the court wants to focus on the portion that says we're all on the same page, I'm concerned about the statements that I made.
Because that's the relevance that I see based on your argument and based on what maybe was said during opening. And also, further down towards the end, he says there is no evidence except the confession where I went into detail.
Those two things, I'll burn them.
Those are the only things that they're all, and from what I recall, they were all that was all said in English. So
yes,
we don't need a translation.
So we're gonna extract. We're gonna redact everything else.
And that's under 239. 238 is included in its entirety.
Okay. If we can have 20 minutes to do that.
Yes, go ahead.
If anything else, we're gonna take a short recess. All right.
Yeah, recess for that one.
All right.
Those two things are gonna move.
You may be seated. Oh.
You ready for your co-counsel? You ready?
We're ready. I will say that we're running upstairs with the burner copy as it is right now. Of the snippets. David. Ready?
All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
All right, jury.
It'll be very short, so if you're able to, there should be no Spanish. Lines.
All right.
So you're able to, if not, they're gonna offer it in.
Yeah, they're gonna offer. He wants you to write.
Or just hold up. I already announced it. We're going to rely on these digits. You may be seated. They may proceed.
Before the break, we were discussing cases that are 238 and 239, correct?
Yes.
We would focus on 6 to 239.
Right.
And what was the date of that recording?
It was November 7th, 2018.
Close to the date of the offense in September of 2018, right?
Yes, sir.
And there's in this, and you listened to 239, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Juan David Ortiz makes a statement where he is concerned about the confession that he made.
Yes.
Permission to
The admitted excerpt, yes.
that excerpt, we will play that excerpt at this
Hey, no. I'm very concerned over the statement that was made. Like,
I'm very concerned over the statement that I made.
Yes.
And who is he telling that to?
He's saying that to his wife.
If you recall, did he make reference to the confession one more time?
Yes.
That would be towards the end of the phone call.
Yes, sir.
Permission to publish that second excerpt? Yep.
In evidence or whatever to charge you with capital. You know what I mean?
well, there is no
That
confession, I think.
was just that.
Oh, yeah.
I know, I know. But
Anyway,
So he says, I know there is no evidence, just a confession
Yes, sir.
that I made.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
This was picked up while he was at Webb County Jail on November
November 7th, 2018.
28th. That's the witness. No questions, Your Honor.
Right, you make the number.
Thank you.
Can she be excused, Your Honor?
Yeah, she did keep.
Can we approach her? We're gonna be on this. Your Honor, that was the state's last witness. The state of Texas will rest.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and excuse the jury just for a few minutes this time. Take up one more matter, and we'll bring you in less than 10 minutes. Or might end up with a
All right, for the jury.
You may be seated. Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge. At this time, I would like to make a motion for an instructed verdict. In that the state has failed to prove the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. As the court is aware, we've been challenging the search of the truck. And we would submit to the court that based on the evidence, the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the search of the white Dodge out of the stripes was legal. It was a warrantless search and therefore illegal. And then the second search that was conducted at the substation at 7209 East Saunders, the vehicle was in a secure place. There were no exigent circumstances. And it was searched again, Your Honor, and it was a warrantless search. And we would argue that under the 4th Amendment and the 14th Amendment, Article 1 of the Texas Constitution, Article 3823 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, that evidence is not admissible. And therefore, all the evidence that arose from the search, in particular the firearm, and everything that comes therefrom, was not proven to the court beyond a reasonable doubt. In addition, we would argue to the court that with regards to the statement of the defendant, that the requirements of Article 3822 and pursuant to Miranda and its progeny, that the statement was not voluntarily made, in that the police officers first were instructed that he did not want to give a statement when Ranger E.J. Salinas inquired, and Mr. Ortiz said no. In addition, there was another instance where he said, "You want to continue?" And Mr. Ortiz replied, "Fuck no." In addition, prior to any incriminating statements, both Mr. Captain Calderon and also Ranger E.J. Salinas made promises of a quid pro quo nature to induce and to coerce Mr. Ortiz to incriminate himself, not to mention the temporal issue, which is the amount of time that they held him with merely providing him water and some chips. And so we would argue that any and all statements made by the defendant were not proven voluntarily made beyond a reasonable doubt to the court, and therefore any evidence that arose from the statements and the statement itself of Mr. Ortiz was not admissible. And for those reasons, we submit to the court that the state has failed to prove the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt.
Can I respond, Your Honor? You may. I'll address first the evidence in this case. There is a mounting, overwhelming amount of evidence to prove Mr. Juan David Ortiz's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and that any jury, any reasonable jury here in Bexar County or Webb County or any county in the state of Texas has enough evidence to meet that burden. Regarding the search and the confession, these issues have been extensively examined and visited by the court in its two prior rulings. The evidence that was developed during this trial over the course of the last week and 2 days only strengthened the evidence on the legality and constitutionality of both the search of the vehicle and the confession. The facts and evidence that were elicited during the trial established that Mr. Juan David Ortiz did not have a reasonable expectation of privacy in his truck. The evidence has proven that he abandoned his vehicle during the commission of an offense and that no warrant was needed and falls under the exceptions of requiring a warrant. The subsequent search that was conducted at the substation was therefore legal, and the gun and everything else that was found in the vehicle is legal. With respect to the confession given by Mr. Juan David Ortiz, there's been extensive and overwhelming amount of evidence that has been brought out through the witnesses, through the video, that prove that Mr. Ortiz's confession was made knowingly and made voluntarily, without coercion, without promise, without guarantee, without inducement, and that he was read his rights in the totality of the circumstances. We also know that he himself is a law enforcement officer, veteran officer, well versed in the constitutional rights of those that are accused, and there was never any request to stop the interview or a request to invoke his right to an attorney. Everything that Mr. Juan David Ortiz said in his confession was obtained legally by both Ranger E.J. Salinas and Captain Fred Calderon. Thank you.
So the court was reviewing its findings, facts, and conclusions of law regarding the warrantless search that was argued by the defense and that the defendant made. After listening to additional evidence and the prior testimony and evidence presented at the two prior hearings, the court will reaffirm its rulings from July 10th of 2020 and from September 27th of 2022, and the court will further adopt the court's findings made on July 10th of 2020. And so the motion for instructed verdict at this time is denied. Ready for the jury? Bring the jury back in, please.
All right, the jury.
Yes.
You may be seated. All right, so the state has rested its case. Mr. Pettis, what says the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, the defense rests.
Okay. Stay close.
Stay close, Your Honor. Defense closed.
Defense close. Okay. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, all of the evidence that's been presented in this case, I still need to read the jury instructions to you. We're going to have a conference on that with the attorneys. And what we're going to do at this time is excuse you for the day so that we can work on that. I will ask that you be back at 8:30. Actually, I'll be back by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Be back at 9 a.m. So that we can make sure and have the jury instructions ready for you by then. Of course, I'm going to remind you of the previous instructions I've given to you. You're under the same instructions. I'll remind you not to discuss the facts of the case, not to watch any news accounts or read any newspaper or any articles from any source regarding this case. Okay. So we'll see you here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. You're excused for the day. Thank you.
All right, to the jury.
So we'll have a conference on the charge in a few minutes, and we'll be in recess until 9 a.m. Be ready for closing arguments tomorrow morning. Court's in recess for now, but we might have to put something on the record. I'll let you know.
Don't mind if we put something on the record on the charge, right? Oh, no.
Tomorrow at 9 a.m.
No.
No, she's saying
Okay, after the charge
it
conference.
won't be necessary until we get to the point where the judge says, this is what you're going to have to do.
Exactly.
And we can do that right here.
Yes.
Notes and mine when I sold it.